Day 2 of our 2-day Beaufort County Board of Education business meeting to order. Today is October 21, 2020. The meeting is being conducted via hybrid video conferencing. It's being live streamed by the county channel on their channel and also on YouTube. We will continue on our agenda, and we were at the superintendent's report, goal number 1, student achievement. Dr. Rodriguez.
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Sir?
Madam Chairman, I know on last night when we ended the meeting, I know that I made the motion to adjourn and Mr. Campbell made the motion to second. Along with that, I noticed after there it clicked off, and I don't remember anyone voting to leave or to extend the meeting or anything. I don't remember us doing that on last night. And also along with that, I've gotten several phone calls about the mute button, how my button went on mute last night. I'm not sure what happened or why I would mute while I was talking. I know I didn't mash it, and I'm not sure if something was going on with the with the system or what. But I just wanted to bring those things to your attention, and then maybe you can talk to them. I'm not sure, but I just wanted to bring those things to the attention because I did receive several phone calls about those things, things that occurred on last night.
To address your 2 questions, Mr. Smith, or comments, once the adjournment was second, it was voted on verbally as opposed to through board docs, and it was all in favor of adjournment. And number 2, in terms of muting people, I have no control over the technology in terms of muting. And I don't know if there was a problem. There might have been a problem with the system because, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, they were unable to get me onto internet with my district issued device. And I don't think last night I was ever on the internet that we were normally on. They put me onto something else. So I don't know, but we can look into that for you.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you. And can everybody hear me okay who is on Zoom?
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, we were going through, thank you, Mr. Dowling. We were going through the superintendent's report with the priority schools, and we went through Ms. Freda's report on Hilton Head Middle School. And in the event that there were any questions that anybody still had around that, I believe Ms. Freda is with us today.
Yes, I am.
And so if we can pick up there, that would be great. If there are any questions for Ms. Freda.
Thank you for joining us again. Kathy Robon.
Hi, thanks, Ms. Freda. I have 2 questions. One, I'm wondering if you believe that all your students have Wi-Fi connections. If you're able to ascertain the level of connectivity that your students have.
Right, in the beginning, we did send out surveys to our families and asked if they needed help with internet connectivity. And we did get a good deal of people who needed some assistance, which we provided for them through the district's hotspots. That also Hargrave was some of the choices that some of the other people made. However, I find that occasionally either people move or I still every once in a while will have a family who will call and ask for assistance. And of course, we are still helping them out and getting them the form to fill out so they can get a hotspot for their home. We still have a few coming in.
Okay. Thank you. My second question is there someone at the middle school that serves as a direct contact with the Boys and Girls Club? I know that Hilton Head, the Boys and Girls Club, has an after-school program, and you are getting ready to start your after-school tutoring. It seems like it would make a lot of sense to have direct contact with the people from Boys and Girls Club because they're really serving our students. So how do you handle that at the middle school?
We do have, there's not somebody over it per se, but many of my staff members who work in my main office have connections with people that they know there, or their child goes there. And so we do keep abreast with what they're doing and let them know when we are going to change things. So they will be aware of the fact that we are having after school tutoring. I think with them that they may be limited to a certain quantity of students that they can accept in their programs, because I know during the summertime, some of my staff members had children there, and there was a cap on how many students they could have. So yeah, we're in communication with them, and they do have some of our students now who are virtual students and are in their program where they help them during the days. Their parents leave them off in the morning and they get help from them. So we are aware of that and communicate when we need to with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Good afternoon, Mrs. Frida. I think I remember hearing you say that you have after school tutoring, that buses take the students home in the afternoon.
Yes, sir, that is correct. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you, where do you get the funding for that? How is that
Well,
funded?
every year the district allots all of our schools some tutoring money, and it depends on demographics and the amount of students you have in the gap. And also my large ESOL population, I get some money from Title III money from ESOL funds that help me to provide those services to the students, to pay salaries and also to pay the transportation.
Wow. Okay. Great. And I'm sure you have. Do you do any monitoring on the results of the after school tutoring?
Certainly, we keep records on their attendance, and also, we check grades every progress report and quarter to see if the program is helping. And many kids need that adult supervision, even if they're doing homework. Middle school is a time when you have a select, group of students that are self-motivating and can do it, but largely our population needs some help and needs support and standing by when they're doing their work.
Okay. By possible, do you think do any of those students happen to get any one-on-one?
Sometimes it is one-on-one, but more than likely it's a group. We try to keep students either in groups for the content that they need help with or by their grade level. So if it's a group of 6th graders, we try to put a 6th grade teacher with them. Or if, let's say, it's a group of math students that need help, then we would put them with a math teacher, sorry.
No problem. Thanks for that information. It was very informal.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Ms. Frida. There do not appear to be any further questions. Thank you for joining us 2 nights.
Not a problem. Thanks for having me. Have a great evening.
Bye.
So at this time, I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce our principal, Freddie Lawton from Whale Branch. He'll be presenting on updates on the priority status.
Good evening, board members. I am delighted to be with you this evening to give you some information on where we stand at Whale Branch Middle School. So after the brief presentation, I will be awaiting your questions. Can we go down to slide number 3? Here we go. I'll just basically start with, as you know, we are a priority school. That's why we present to you quarterly. The reason we are a priority school because we fall below the threshold. And academically, scoring an overall score of 26 and actually was 25.59 in 2018-19 school year. However, in the 19-20 school year, we scored 42, going up 16 points. So we did grow. And concentration, of course, was on math, ELA, and writing. The things we emphasize at Whale Branch Middle Schools is through standards-based instruction for math, reading, and writing. We actually had a few programs last year, pre-COVID, before the nation went on lockdown, to assist our students through writing one-on-one small groups and having the University of South Carolina come out and assist us. Of course, our students are all students, not just my students. Students respond much better to the opportunity of success. And that's what we're trying to push at Well Branch Middle School, assisting our students. We have an advanced cohort this year consisting of about 22 students in both 7th and 8th grade. And those students are enrolled right now in Algebra 1 Honors and in Earth Science, and also an advanced writing cohort. This is an awesome opportunity for my students because when they leave us in the 8th grade, most of them will have up to 6 Carnegie units at the high school. This will also prepare them to for the Accuplacer test that they'll take at the high school and possibly get in some college courses. Through the arts, getting a back feed. The arts is a way of exploring multiple content areas. So this year here, since we're working most of our students from home, we're trying to write through the arts since we can't give them the hands-on experience that they need. We do writing through math, science, social studies, ELA, but we also do it through band, through art, through music, through Spanish. That way our students get a feel for writing in every area. Weekly, we are generating our plans for instruction to demonstrate the work that provides our students opportunities to observe and ask questions and investigate. You know, through Zoom, it's a little different. It's complicated, I like to call it, but it's a little different for our students this year. But right now, it appears to be working out overall for the majority of our students. Everything we do is through data, driven through data. We meet regularly just to see how our students are doing. We actually have early warning systems that notify us when students are failing classes. Therefore, we meet as an admin team along with our guidance counselor, BMS, dean of students, so that we can see where the gaps are. And as you know, I often speak about Maslow's hierarchy and how we have to meet our students' needs before we can generally do anything in education. So that's what we're focusing on, along with the social and emotional needs of our students. Here are just a few of the resources that we're using. Most of these resources are district-wide. A few are tailored just to Well Branch Middle School, but Rubicon assists us district-wide so that if my student leaves Well Branch Middle School and goes over to, say, Patton School at Hilton Head, we're close to teaching the exact same thing. But Google Classroom has been a platform that we've used since day one, probably district-wide as well, but at Well Branch Middle School, just to group our students. And it's like a home base, so we can go in and see the expectation for the day, the agenda, and get the basic steps. And then we go into Zoom, where students have the opportunity to meet with their class and a teacher to get that direct instruction for a short period of time. And then they go into doing the assignment that they've been given. ACEs, races, cubes, the Fryer model, these instructional strategies are used for writing, for math, and even just to figure out difficult words. And my very last slide, it'll show our map data for from last fall until this fall here. And the data did go up some, but when I get that slide, I'll go into more detail with you. We're doing iReady diagnostics at Well Branch Middle School. And again, most of the elementary and middle schools are using iReady. When we created this slide, we were at 88% of students completing MAP and iReady diagnostics, which gives us the data we need so that we can move forward in catering lessons that will better assist our students. Of course, we're using the South Carolina Writing Rubric to assist our teachers and students with what to expect on the writing part of the state standardized test. And this is one of the guiding features that assisted us last year when we had our live writing event partnering with USC Beaufort. So that was a phenomenal event, and I saw huge gains in writing for our students. So I was kind of excited about writing last year before COVID hit. My staff meets regularly with myself and administrative team and coaches to fill the gaps of learning for our teachers. So there are some things, yes, we all went to college and have a background in math, science, social studies, or whatever that background may be, but there's some different things we need to assist our students. So we meet together collectively weekly to try and fill those gaps, to see what we're seeing and see how we can better assist each other. In doing that, we're able to go back and use a graduate release to assist our students. I have two instructional coaches, a math, a numeracy, and literacy coach, along with assistant principals. And we often model. The model I've used since being a kindergarten teacher is I do it, we do it, and then you do it. And it's worked. So that's one best practice tool that appears to be effective for what we're doing. And we utilize it at Well Branch Middle School quite often. Also at Well Branch Middle School, we have two interventionists that do a push-in model. We have 5th and 6th grade with Mr. Fowler and 7th and 8th grade with Ms. Patel. Now, the unique thing about these two teachers is we're utilizing MTSS in Beaufort County, multi-tiered systems of support. So we have students that are on different tiers, my apologies. And with that, teachers are able to meet with students individually sometimes. There's also some push-in time in a regular class. And second period, school-wide, we have an intervention block. So those students are able to be pulled out as well during that intervention block to meet with those teachers. And also at the 245 block, those students also get an additional dose of assistance, be it math and ELA or be it just math, depending on what their needs are. We definitely utilize small group centers. We have pull-out rooms. Being that we have quite a few people that are working from home, it allows us to have teachers jump into the Zoom rooms and have assistants jump to the Zoom room and assist teachers in pull-out sessions for our students. The daily enrichment pre-algebra skills through Khan Academy and our advanced cohort. This is basically to give some of our 7th and 8th graders some more foundational skills in Algebra 1 honors to make sure that we're helping them to meet their success goal for one, passing the EOC, but definitely getting the appropriate information they need so they can move on to the next level of math when they go over to the early college high school. So again, I said we monitor weekly. We have a meeting with Ms. Lawton, our counselor, just to see where our students are. Anyone 70 is on our list. We contact parents this coming week. We'll be writing contracts to us to send out to parents and
Join the
students
meeting.
so that we're all on the same page to move forward to assist our students. Home visits to sometimes just wake kids up and get them in. But again, just to check on kids and sometimes to deliver prizes for students just consistently being engaged and active and feedback during class. So just being an all-around awesome student. So I did a few of those this week, and I was pleasantly pleased with the expressions of gratitude on their faces. And during these COVID times, it is imperative that we are definitely always flexible, responsive, and positive to student needs. So that's why we try to do the Well Branch wagon, where we're going out to assist parents, hotspots, or computers, or just checking on the student because I didn't see them in class for a couple of days. We get emails from teachers letting us know that kids didn't come to class, and immediately we start calling to see what the issue is there. So some of the curriculum that we're using is adopted in Beaufort County is Ready Math. We use Literacy by Design at Whale Branch Middle School through SREB. Collections in middle school, Discovery Science, Big Idea Math addition to this district this year. And I said earlier, we do iReady school-wide, and for our advanced students, we're using Khan Academy and Edgenuity. The school-wide strategy races to improve writing across the curriculum. That's just an acronym so students know when they are when they're in the process of writing, if they cover the entire acronym, they will have a successful writing piece. And thank you. Thanks. All right, as I said earlier, taking MAP, we started MAP during LEAP week. We had parents bring kids up to school, and we tested face-to-face in very small groups, being aware of social distancing, keeping everyone safe. But as you see in front of you, fall of 2019, the mean score was 188 in 5th grade, and it rose a few points for the fall of 2020. But if you look at our current 5th grade and go down to our, those 5th graders are now 6th graders. It went from a 188 to a 204. So I don't have the 4th grade numbers up here so you can compare those. But overall, the scores are rising. So we'll await the next test session coming up in January, I believe, to see how these numbers all pan out. But we're using these numbers right now to fill the gaps and continue pushing forward to assist our students. Are there any questions about the data that's before you?
So, Mr. Lawton, I just want to share that. I know it's difficult when you're not in the same environment. As we look at the first line, current grade 5, if we look at the fall 2019 mean score of 188.3.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's work horizontally to fall 2020. Those students who were 5th graders last year at this time are now 6th graders this year. And the
Yes,
fall
ma'am.
score for mathematics is 193.9. If we go down to our 8th graders, and yes, I will share, I favored 8th graders, that I was an AP for them. If I look at the 8th graders mean score, who were 7th graders at this time last year at 215, they've actually grown to a 220.4 mean score. So the work that, or efficacy of practice, which is school, you can see that there's been growth happening with the children from time and place. If we read the data horizontally, and I'll take you, let's take a quick look at the current grade 8 and look at the reading side. They were at 209 last year as a 7th grader, but when they sat now, they were at 211.9. And I'll say go ahead and round it up to a 212. Kudos to you and your teachers, because your 8th graders are those who lead the campus, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kathy Robine?
Hi, Mr. Lawton. Thanks for the presentation. I have a question. I think if I know your numbers, you have a large percentage of your students who are engaged virtually versus face-to-face, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
So how many, I mean, do you have confidence that your kids that are doing virtual have what they need? They have Wi-Fi's, they have connectivity, so that we can make sure they're connected and learning every day.
Yes, ma'am. I do have confidence that they have those things. I believe we have given out 35 hotspots to our families in the Whale Branch cluster, Whale Branch Middle School. And typically when we call the houses to make sure everything's okay, if parents inform us that the reason that they have not been connected is, and it's because they don't have Wi-Fi connection, we immediately put it in a waiver, and I typically take a hotspot out to them.
Great.
So, and they all know that if they need that, it's just a phone call before getting it.
Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. What we are finding out, or I am anyway, I don't know if the rest of the board who's assuming and experiencing the same thing, but the presentation has a lot of fuzz in it, basically because of the bandwidth is what comment I saw on it. So, I mean, I can imagine students in that area
Mr.
having the
Campbell, can you
same
hold on
kind
for a
of
second?
problem.
Mr. Campbell,
Yeah,
there's an echo, and so we were missing what you're saying.
yeah, let me see if it's me or,
Now, I think it's there's someone at the district office.
okay.
Thank you.
But yeah, I had trouble really understanding or hearing you, and clearly a fuzzy picture. So I'm sure your students have the same kind of problem if they're the virtual students. So that's something that we're not going to be able to fix, I'm sure, overnight, but that's something to also consider. My question is, how does these numbers compare to where you need to be? Example, a sixth grader and the fall is 204 in math. The average score is 204, 205, 204. How does that relate to what a sixth grader should have? Do we have that data?
I don't have that exact data for you, Mr. Campbell, but my ultimate goal is to see growth as we test. So we're growing, we're filling a lot of gaps right now. So ultimately, yes, I would love all my sixth graders to be on grade level, but that's not the case right now. But I see that a majority of them, school-wide, they're growing. So I'm going to take the growth for now, and we're trying to fill the gaps for where they need to be.
I look at the scores from Hilton Head Middle is also a priority school, and I compare your numbers, and I just want to make sure that, you know, if you have to catch up more, then we have to grow faster. That's a simple formula.
Right. We definitely have to grow more. But growth takes time, so we're taking the steps to move in the right direction. So
I applaud your efforts, sir. I just want to know what the facts are. I applaud what you're doing. I applaud your effort. I want to know what the facts, and we need to look at that. And Daniel probably can help us look at that in terms of the numbers. But if we don't know where we're going, then we can't get there.
up, we're going up. So we'll work on the final number for you, but we're moving in the right direction right now.
Is Mr. Fallon or maybe Dr. Bradley, somebody could answer that?
Well, so I just wanted to ask a quick question for the benefit of the board. Mr. Lawton, can you share if there is a particular high leverage strategy that you've deployed, whether it's been in math or reading, or one particular intervention that you've used that has kind of attributed to some of the relative growth that you've experienced?
I think the consistency, sir, in using best practices to assist our students for their individual needs has garnered some of the growth that we see right now. There are multiple levels and stages, and through using iReady to assist us with their individual needs, I believe it assists us, it helps us as a school, but also having teachers to delve a little deeper into what students need while they're in the classroom additionally helps us to grow our students right now. Yeah, I think consistency right now is the key to success for us.
Yeah, and if I may try to respond, Mr. Campbell, you know, this is map data. So the student performance on map data may be an indicator of where you are, but if the goal is to get off of the priority schools list, you really have to examine where students are on the end of year state examination, and that performance will pretty much tell you over time your ability will help you evaluate determine whether or not you are in a position to be removed from the state's priority list. And so over time, that performance is actually what lands you with a priority designation, not necessarily the map data.
Thank you. Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. Can you tell me what support, if any, you have received from your local surrounding community?
Support from my community. That was the question, sir?
Yes,
No,
sir.
that was a comment about the map data. I mean, the map data is relevant, or else we wouldn't waste time presenting the map data as a step off of the priority list. As a priority school, you're presenting to me the map data. So the reason you're presenting me the map data is to say this is our progress along the way. And it must be very relevant in terms of what the end of year scores are. So, yeah, and I want to know the growth so that the relevancy, can not be impeded by the expectation. Mr. Lawton said that he is, growing, and I'm comfortable. I can read, I see the numbers, but I also want to know how long is it going to take us to get off of that priority list, because those numbers are relative to the state numbers. How fast you grow isn't as important as where you're growing to. That's the only thing I'm saying.
If I may, Mr. Campbell, so when I was reading from the state, I believe that, and looking at what they've done, so the state looks at growth. They would love for everyone to be on grade level, but as long as you're moving in the right direction, and we were moving in the right direction last year and the year before because we grew 16 points. But they look at the growth that you're making, how, I'm not sure they even give a certain measurement of growth. They want to see upward movement though. So in having upward movement, you're able to move yourself off of the priority schools list. And I felt confident that last year, pre-COVID, that we had an awesome opportunity of getting off the list, being that we jumped 2 levels the year before. So I would love to be on grade level with every student, but making a SMART goal, that wouldn't be attainable.
That, Freddie.
So my goal
right.
is to make sure.
You're right, Freddie. I understand that. The reason you said that you were comfortable with your growth last year was because you had an idea where you needed to go. You had an idea of how much you had to jump and where you were trying to go. And all I wanted to know was where you're trying to go relevant to the average numbers on this test. That's all I wanted to know. And I guess we have to find out what those numbers are, because I can't read it from this. You understand? If I need you,
Yes, sir.
If you need to be at 220, then I can be comfortable that you went from 200 to.
Mr. Mel,
Mr. Campbell, you're muted, Mr. Campbell, can't hear you.
he's not on mute though, Mr. Smith. He's.
Years it's going to take for us to get to that point, and I got to have some relevancy for that.
Understood, sir. I'll get the proper documentation and make sure I send it to you and the board.
All right. Colonel Geyer, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you hadn't finished his statement.
He asked a question.
I don't believe he heard me.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. Campbell, can you hear us? Mel Campbell? Now he's muted. Well, go ahead, Colonel Geyer, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Lawton, I'm interested in knowing the amount of community support you have received from the local community, like churches, mentorship, or other people that have come to assist you outside of your immediate staff and faculty. Can you tell me what kind of support you've gotten?
We have last year we started reaching out to get additional support, but of course, Mount Carmel has always been supportive of our school and other churches in the area. But also we've been working with Heritage Farms this school year here with a gardening project that we're working with our students, and we've been reached by a few other groups in the community to assist, but that was right before the COVID crisis hit. Therefore, we were unable to do some of the things we discussed. So they have been multiple groups that reached out to us last year and this year, but due to the different safety constraints that we're under, it's a little difficult to utilize all the resources that have been coming our way this year.
Thank you.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Boggs. Mr. Lawton, I wanted to congratulate you and your staff because your numbers are showing growth. Again, as I mentioned yesterday to Ms. Freda, a lot of people in my community and discussions I've been having about MAP data, I anticipated that there would be some more significant loss. And so this is fabulous. I loved hearing about your Whale Branch wagon. Talk about taking care of the needs of families and children and that face-to-face visit. Congratulations on that. To follow up on Mr. Campbell's question, that's the same question that I asked Ms. Freda yesterday about the NWEA norms, which would tell us where we need to go. And I believe the response yesterday was from Mr. Fallon that there are new 2020 norms that have, that they redo them and they come up with new numbers. And so he would be getting that information out to you all and to us very soon. And so that's the target. We know that the norms, the average throughout the nation is what we aspire to and higher. So I do anticipate that information will be made available to us soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Is your good? How you doing? Good afternoon, Mr. Lawton. How you doing?
Doing well, and yourself, Mr. Smith?
I can't complain. Mr. Lawton, my question is your school giving out packets?
Oh, no, sir. We are utilizing our computers. We haven't had requests for packets, and I would prefer that we stick with the computers. So no, the answer is no, we're not using packets at this time, sir.
Okay, because I was just wondering, were there any students in your school who possibly have been issued any packets?
To my knowledge, sir, no student in my school has been issued a package.
Okay, thank you. Also, I would also like to ask you, at this time, do y'all have an after-school program?
We are on November the 4th. We will start after-school program, sir, but that program will be virtual like most of my school is at the time. So yes, we just finished up iReady and all our map testing and pulling the data together and creating our subgroups so that we can have students, have teachers and students work together collectively after 3:45.
And also for your after school program, where will you get your funding from?
Okay, so I have a few pots for funding. One pot would be Title I. The other would be Priority. We received an additional $35,000 this year. And then the final pot would be from the district office. Mr. Terry Bennett emailed us last week.
Well, thank you very much. That's all I have for you right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. David Strubinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Lawton. I just want to follow up on and make sure I understood something you said during the presentation. When families do not have hotspots, you delivered them. Is that what you said?
I deliver them if they need assistance with getting into the
personally
house.
delivered.
Yes,
You
sir.
per-
I'll
Yes, sir.
personally jump in my truck and drive to the house.
That's what I wanted to emphasize. And also, I believe there was a health and safety incident where you also personally intervened recently.
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to say thank you. I'm not sure how many people thanked you for that. I think it's a testament to your dedication that you personally do these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawton, I also want to thank you for your presentation, and it's already been mentioned by Ms. Fidrich too. Fortunately, you have had growth, and we're all very concerned, the board members, about losing that growth with the sudden abrupt presentation of the coronavirus last March. And so keep on striving for the growth. And I do think it would be very helpful to all of us, you as a principal and administration and the board members, if we did have what those norms are for each grade level for the MAP test for math and reading. And thank you again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm actually scanning the norms as we speak. So I will give you a detailed email momentarily.
Thank you. Mr. Earl Campbell?
Mr. Lawton, please.
You have to stay muted.
Stay muted. Huh?
Keep yourself muted and you'll be picked up on the mic in the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stars, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Don't get discouraged because there are some folks out there, not in our community, that have brought this issue up about hacking. And that is not true. I know it was not true, but I heard it. So don't you get discouraged about when you hear stuff like that. You keep doing the work that you're doing.
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, could you repeat yourself? I didn't hear what you said.
I said that the information about hacking was delivered to parents and students is not true.
Mr. Smith?
My point of asking about packets was to see whether in any of our schools and how many in our school, how many students was not using hotspots or have been used other preventative measures of getting educated. So that was solely my question. And I heard Mrs. Robine asking about whether the hotspots was working and how whether all the students were using them and whether they were getting good feedback or negative feedback. So in return, I was wondering about whether students were having hotspots or not, whether students were having packets or not. So that's just to clear the air. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, if I may, so I did have a couple of parents at one time call because they had difficulty. So they got a hotspot, took a couple of days to get it. But what they did in the meantime was they would come to the school, download all their assignments, go back home, complete the assignments. So the next day they would come back and upload the assignments so that teachers could get them. So parents are working diligently with us daily to make sure their kids are getting what they need. We also hosted at Whale Branch Middle High School, Early College High School, and Whale Branch Elementary, a parent tutorial on Google Classroom and Zoom to assist our parents, because sometimes our students aren't truthful about the assignments they've been given. And we had an awesome response from parents because they then got the information they needed to help keep their kids to be consistently successful on a daily. So we're trying a lot of things to make sure we help during this complex time that we're in with COVID in our new norm. And if there are any suggestions that the board has, community members have, we're always open to suggestions to make sure we meet the needs of our students. And that's ultimately what we are tasked with doing.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton, because the teamwork make the dream work. I appreciate that. It takes everyone to make it takes a village to raise a child, but yet, as my old principal would say. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lawton. There being no further questions,
Okay,
We'll go on to the next,
we will transition at this time and take a look at our TSI schools, and Dr. Stratos is going to deliver that.
So, good evening, board members and Madam Chair. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide updates on our additional targeted support and improvement schools. However, I first want to thank both Principal Frida and Lawton for their hard work and continued dedication in serving students, teachers, and public education. Thank you, both of you, and all of us at the district, thank you. So board members, as I transition to the presentations in our ATSI schools, I want to refresh our memory on the federal requirements associated with identifying schools in need of improvement. Under the Every Student Success Act, we know it as ESSA, the South Carolina Department of Education is required to identify schools meeting certain criteria that classifies them as schools in need of additional support and improvement. These designations and the state level of support that they will receive are explained in the South Carolina School Improvement Designation document that's available at scdoe.org. I'd like to share that our priority schools are identified for a 3-year term. With the onset of the coronavirus, it extended the term for our schools that have been identified as priority schools. We had 2 schools, both our principals did an excellent job of presenting. To be classified as such is one of 3 criteria. Lowest 10%, any school Title I or non-Title I. That's based on the report card of the schools. And schools, again, who fall within the lowest 10% within the state. Another identifier are schools that score less than a 70% graduation rate, or Title I schools with chronically low performing subgroups. What I'll be sharing with you this evening is with regard to our ATSI schools. These are schools who have been identified as any school with one or more subgroup of students performing at or below the 5th percentile of the highest performing CSI support and improvement schools. I want to share with you that we have 6 schools that fall within this category. The state has 206 in total. The first school that I'd like to share information with tonight is Beaufort Elementary. Our principal there is Principal Melissa Holland. And what you'll see in the upcoming presentations is a similarity of you've seen already from last night on the utilization of guided questions. Each school is following these guided questions for presentation, and I want to take a moment that we were sharing to show growth at our data. I will get an updated comparative data for you as board, so I want to put that apology to you as board members in advance. Robin, if you can go to the next slide, what tools do we use? Actually, I apologize, how do we teach? The Beaufort Elementary has done some unique items. They currently serve 223 students, and 59% of their school population are attending face-to-face, with 41% of the students attending virtual. They focus on a reading writing workshop, both in virtual and face-to-face. They differentiate their services for ESOL and integrate social emotional lessons for their students. I have to emphasize that instruction, and you're going to see this commonality amongst the upcoming other 5 schools, are focusing on standard-based instruction, utilizing what we know as a continuous improvement model, where we teach, we monitor, we do some type of formative assessment, and we redirect our learning until our students have had mastery. One of the wonderful things over at Beaufort Elementary also for us to recognize that they're a STEM school. But if you notice on the presentation, I have to give kudos to Principal Holland. She's emphasizing she's not only STEM, but she's bringing the A into STEM, but she's a STEAM school. So it's not just about the science, but it's the integration of our content areas. If you look at the next slide, these are the instructional tools that are utilized. And if we reflect back to the prior 2 schools, you're going to see a commonality of the instructional resources that are utilized with our schools. I have shared with you in the past, iReady is now a pilot predominantly being rolled out in all our elementary schools. iReady Reading, we do know that Ready Math is the adopted math tool that's utilized. But our principals are taking special effort at building the literacy skills of our teachers and the literacy knowledge of our children. If you go to the next slide, talking about what are the conditions associated with data, this is where the principals take an opportunity to think about, we know what the numbers say, but what are the conditions? What are those numbers a result of? Ms. Holland sharing with us that 31 of her students did attend our summer recovery camp. They serviced over 150 students during Leap Week. 85% of the students completed their testing face-to-face, while 15% completed their testing on a virtual platform. 100% of their kindergartens have gone through the KRA testing. And they're sharing with you information regarding the student enrollment, which has been a trend that's happening in some of our schools in the county. We've got our next slide, and I'll speak to that in a moment. How are you integrating gradual release model? We utilize this because a lot of the principals have a commonality of this is a delivery model of instruction. The I do, we do, you do. I do is where the teacher demonstrates, we do is what we as a class do. You do is that independent opportunity for learning. Whereas you'll see in some of the presentations in schools, that's also a time when an interventionist is sliding in a virtual context, or when in my classroom in a face-to-face with that opportunity for someone to give that extra level of learning. Robin, if you can go to next. So we've asked our principals to think about what are the interventions. That's an inclusion. Literacy interventions, a push-in model, right, for the multi-tiered level of support. Our English language learners are receiving push-in models, not only face-to-face, but as well in the opportunity for that in a virtual context. Ms. Holland has continued to maintain a math tutor with the ATSI support funds that she receives, and I have to share that she has said that this is her secret weapon, and she is a gem for her campus. Resources, she also has a behavioral support assistant, and she puts time in focusing on the behavior interventionist that's, how do I say, is funded through Title I. Next slide, please. So we've asked our principals to take a look at themselves and say, what are your negotiables and non-negotiables? Well, it appears if I was working at Beaufort, one of the non-negotiables is what? Being able to be morning meetings, relationships, choice, having that conversation with my team members, professional learning communities, being part of the hub where we're really talking about our children. And if you have that opportunity with Ms. Holland, she keeps a detailed list of students and support services. They keep an ongoing Google list within the campus. Attendance and grading, weekly support for student accountability, standard-based instruction. I love her 12 powerful words. It takes 12 powerful things to do. Let's make the difference, right? She works at tiered vocabulary for students. So if I know this level of grade level, well, take me to the next grade level for building my vocabulary. Again, she has the A in STEM and accelerated and identified gifted and talented students. She has been working at bringing in more children into her accelerated program. Thank you, Robin. Go ahead. Core curriculum, you can see the similarities as the other schools. And you can go on to the MTSS slides. Thank you. And just hold 1 second. Thank you, Robin. Again, you're going to see a consistency amongst our elementary schools of having a core curriculum and how they're starting to break down what they use for our lowest 25%. Tools being utilized for our students with disabilities, as well as the instructional tools for our language learners. These are in the area of math. The next slide reflects the English language arts. And if we go to the final slide for Ms. Holland's school, please. Thank you. So let's take a moment and look at our, and I'll just use our current grade of first grade. Last fall, children were at a mean score of 127.9. Again, I'm going to round it up. So they would have been the kindergarten children last fall. And if we take a look to where they are now after measurement. If we drop down to the mighty fifth graders, so we remain on the slide, you can see a similar trend happening in math. And if we go to the other side of the table, you'll see the same thing happening within reading, that there has been growth. And I attribute much of this to the culture created, the reaching out of our principal and the school staff to the community, the involvement of students being in the summer programs, and getting books in the hands of children. If you can go to the last slide, please. And what the goal is sailing themselves to success. So this is just a quick FYI on where Beaufort L is. If we can go to the next slide, and what I will do at the end of all the presentations, if the board has particular questions, I will make note. I will narrate them, and I'll be able to get the response questions to you, and I'll give them to you, Madam Chair. We're good with that? Thank you, ma'am. If we could pull up Broad River Elementary, please. So as we go ahead with Broad River, one thing I do want to bring forward as you take, I said I'd make mention of a slide in student population. We're finding many parents keeping their kids home who are kindergartners right now. It is not a state requirement in South Carolina. I just want to bring that forward, although we try to highly encourage. If Ashley Hutchinson is here, I know she would be standing on the platform having that conversation. So I just want us to keep that in mind right now. We have many children who are home who should be engaged in school. All right, Broad River Elementary. All right, this is our principal, Constance Lewis Goodwine. She does a great job over at the school. I do call this, as many of our schools, I call it my happy place. And her number one thing for teaching, and you notice it's about culture first for Ms. Constance, it is having the parents involved, making sure that you have to be in it to win it. Their goal is to have our children in. First, getting that connection with family. You can see the learning models that we utilize that we're familiar with. And again, standards-based instruction. That is a key point that we have pushed as an administration, starting from Dr. Rodriguez, Dr. Bradley, and myself. Those are the conversations we've had with our principals. Robin, if you can proceed to the next, please. So these are the tools. Again, morning meetings, taking that time to have that huddle, touch base with one another, check-ins with our family. Yes, we recognize that we use Zoom as a conferencing video tool and Google Classroom as a repository of information. Elementary schools have Seesaw, iReady, Ready Math, and what's unique with Broad River, they have Scholastic Literacy. That is one of the tools that they add, it's an add-in. Discovery Education is our science curriculum, and they work with a creative curriculum. Next slide, please. So what are the conditions, again, associated with the data that you'll see as the last slide? Again, we completed our kindergarten assessments during Leap Week. Fontes and Pinnell has been administered to the first and fifth graders. Math pre-assessments. Fall math assessment has been administered virtually with the option of face-to-face for our students with disabilities or any student who experience connection issues at home. Again, get rid of the barriers, give accessibility. They do annual pre-assessments in English language arts and math has been administered to all students, and that's what they do during the year. And she's sharing that historically they've been in transit school, that I may have a student for maybe one semester or trimester technically, or I may have a kid for a year, and next year they may be relocated to another area. We recognize this is a high rental area, so there is a possibility of students rotating, and we're close to the military base. Next slide. So how are they integrating the gradual release? One thing Ms. Constance is very nice, yes, thank you. The diagram that you have here is really a nice hexagram to look at to get a feel of what is gradual release as a picture. But again, it is the teacher models. We then do it together, which is kind of a way that the teacher can see if you're on point or not. And then as you're doing it individually or in pairs, that's almost a formative assessment where a teacher can monitor what I need to go tweak a little, help me, Mary may need a little extra help. Next slide. So we asked them to think about the curriculum, what are the tools you have? You could see that they're able to identify and have that, and actually have the conversation of tools that are being utilized on your campus. Next slide, Ms. Robin. The negotiables and non-negotiables. So the type of classroom manager, the type of parent communication, some software applications, a little creativity latitude for our teachers, some presentation tools and platforms. Let's talk about the non-negotiables as well. Culture, you can see we go back, we remember the second slide is about family, having that cultural climate. Positive attitude, standards-based instruction. Making sure the curriculum that you're using, you'll hear principals start using one of the language of EBI, okay, evidence-based interventions. That's a state initiative. It is part of school improvement. And you'll hear more and more of this during the school year, especially as you'll see a little bit more about talking about root cause, and that'll be in one of our presentations. Data-driven, again, back to the continuous improvement model. And being able to be clear of the expectations that we want in our school. For curriculum, she gave you some visuals. Next slide will be on the MTSS. Our last slide is ELA for MTSS, again, English Language Arts. And to recognize what we have in column 1 is reflected also into column 2 and 3 in both those slides. And I'd like us to take a moment, please, for the data. If we take a moment and look at the work and growth that is happening at Roaring River Elementary. I know we'd like to be able to compare ourselves to others. Right now, as I'm riding a bicycle, I need to compare myself to me. Building self-confidence and being able to see that what we're doing, are we almost doing something that's right? I have to give great kudos to every one of our schools that we presented, and that I will continue to present this evening. And this last slide, thank you, Robin, is a reflection of the environment of Roaring River Elementary. Pre-coronavirus. So at this point, Robin, if we could cross over, please, to Joseph Shanklin Elementary. Principal Elizabeth Rivera is in her second year as a principal. As you go through her handouts, you can see the preciseness of decision thinking of someone who you would not say she's only a year 2 principal. I have to share that. Yeah, please. Thank you. So if you note, she's very structured at her work. And you will see the results of this in the last slide. The next slide will show you the Fontes and Pinel is one of the strong tools that she's utilizing. She's also integrating iReady. And I have to share that both Joseph Shanklin as well as Broad River last year had a very heavy involvement with reading volunteers who were working with our children. And we're working out a way to do this virtually as well. If you can continue, Robin, thank you. So what are the conditions, about the data? Like looking at, she actually went into giving us information, right? So reading, 63% of the identified students with an IEP, right, increased their math score. In math, 68% of our students. If you look at the second column, right, our teacher of special education has maintained consistent contact with students over the summer. It wasn't that summer came and we were in isolation. No, the teacher has maintained communication with children. Students were invited and some attended the summer academic recovery camp. And I would like to remind the board that our administration did a K through 12 summer remediation. High school was credit recovery. Grades K through 8 were academic recovery. And we also was the first time we did an algebra recovery, actually an algebra readiness of children transitioning from 8th grade or going into algebra in the middle school or going into algebra as a 9th grader. Second from the last bullet is significant. Tons of books went out this summer. We were in a virus environment, so the goal was what? Put the books in the children's hands, that they're left side of student reading. Please go ahead. Again, how they're integrating their gradual release model. And it is utilized both in virtual and face-to-face. And I like the last area, inspecting what we expect. And I actually wrote that on this about her presentation. Ms. Rivera is inspecting what she expects on our campus, which is a key for many of our principals are being successful at moving their schools. Proceed, Robin. Thank you, Ms. Robin. So thinking about the curriculum, what are the interventions? Not a lot of fluff, very precise at the work that Ms. Rivera is doing on at her campus. Next one, please. Next slide. So negotiables and non-negotiables. Your lesson plan format may be a negotiable, but you're going to have a lesson plan. Scheduling components of the balanced literacy, yes, you could have some flexibility, but we're telling you what it must contain. Days of the week that grade level teams meet, okay, you gotta have flexibility, but we are meeting. Time of pullout for students with IEPs and special services. There's flexibility, but we are providing our students supplemental needs, instruction, and supplemental materials for learning. Our core curriculum. Again, the consistency that we're seeing amongst our elementary schools. And you did see some of this with at Will Branch Middle, because they do have a 5th grade component as well. Next slide on MTSS, please. The ELA. How they break down what's being implemented with math, please. And you can note that there's a utilization of extra personnel both at math and in ELA as an interventionist to provide assistance. And here's our current data trends for our students at Roy River Elementary. Very proud of the work of our schools. And we can go to OpenT Elementary as well now, to the principal J.D. Pinckney. They're the home of the owls. One of the newsletters that I love to read. Hold it back it up. You're going quicker than I can. Thank you. So what are the tools? Language, standards, units of instruction, ready math, iReady, the Rubicon Atlas, you've heard of, Mr. Lawton speak to that effect. Progress monitoring, and the continual improvement model, data-driven team meetings. And you can see the software is similar to our other schools. Thank you, Ms. Robin. The conditions of the data, right? So we have it trying to get an understanding of when we look at data, again, understand what of it. And right now, as we're conducting testing, we recognize that we have a hybrid model. But a large amount of testing was done at OpenT actually during Leap Week. And if you see, 90% of the students took the math face-to-face. And I will share one of my staff members within my division went to pick up her child, and I was speaking to her on the phone over a situation. She's like, there's over 200 cars, there's a line around. Wasn't that there were 200 parents are just there early, meeting, and it also shows the engagement of our community at being involved at our schools. And I have to say that is paramount. 10% of their students took the math test virtually. They've completed the iReady diagnostic tool. They utilize Qantas and Pinel. If you can continue, please. Again, the gradual leads. I'll let you pause this, you can take a moment to read. Excuse me, I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Robin. So again, with the curriculum and the interventions for utilization, this is another school that's integrating Stetson on professional development for support facilitation model. If you remember, the Principal Frieda spoke to that at court yesterday. You'll see also this is a strategy approach utilized at Pritchardville as well under Brenda Blue. Thank you, Ms. Robin, go ahead. And I have to say, I love the pictures. So what are negotiables? Presentation tools, some software applications. There again is a consistency to say, yep, there's going to be lesson plans, grades. These are our non-negotiables. I do love the little caveat of the integrity of instruction schedule. If you can go to the next slide, please. For curriculum, it resonates a consistency. Next slide. Should be the, thank you, the MTSS, yes. If you could proceed, Ms. Robin. You went up, thank you. So this slide here is actually showing this fishbone analysis that we've been working with some of our principals. Many have turned it in advance. We're providing feedback. We've walked them through taking a minute to look at what are our issues and what are challenges and try to drill down. If we look at the first segment of it, it really gives procedural process, operational philosophy. And if you go to the very point of this, that our data indicates that approximately 50% of our students with disability population scores does not meet, the expectation. This is a group of students with whom the classification is an ATSI school. And if you think back now to the prior slides, a lot of emphasis in curriculum and breaking down of what we do on the MTSS slides is being placed for our students who have an IEP. And again, it is a core curriculum because our goal is that our children are proficient at grade level. Final slide, please. And if you take a look at the trend of data, and again, I'll just keep it to the first grade. If I was last year kindergarten, this year first grade, looking at that trend of where we are now, that cohort of children. And again, recognize only 10% of this school's population, as a majority of the schools that I presented conducted a MAP testing virtually. Ms. Robin, if you can go to Pritchardville Elementary under the leadership and practice of Principal Brenda Blue. Thank you. She has a high level and demonstrates a high level of professional development at building human capital at the performance of our educators in order to provide excellence in education. If you read the last two bullets, they demonstrate evidence of a continual improvement model and utilization, again, of standards-based instruction. The next slide, you're going to see again, what's resonating is similarity of what these schools have done. Testing, the MAP data, iReady diagnostic, Qantas and Pinel, and meeting the state requirement for our kindergarten students to be administered the KRA. Our next slide. What resonates to myself when I read this, and I've read these a few times, is meeting the students' needs academically. It is highlighted in bullet number 2. Emphasis upon student engagement and provides an understanding of the graduate release model, not only as an administrator, but if you're on her campus, you will see that it being executed. Thank you, Rob. You can go to the next level. These are resources, standards-based instruction, regular review data, progress monitoring, answers to question, what are we doing with the data for delivery of instructions? Thank you, Robert. Non-negotiables. It's non-negotiables that what we do will be research-based. I mentioned to you, I believe, a school presentation prior about evidence-based interventions. Same philosophy. And the language of we inspect what we expect, and that was actually already written into her presentation. Core curriculum slide. We'll demonstrate again the continuity working amongst our elementary schools. Kudos to all these fine principals. And you will see the similarity happening with our multi-tiered support models. This is for English language arts. Next one will be math. And the final slide will give you, again, the data of looking at the cohort of students over a period of time. And I know your eyes naturally go to the first column and the third one, you're skipping the middle. I do the same. And then I go back. So now we go to our final ATSI school, our sister school to Whale Branch Middle and Whale Branch Early College. Maybe the younger sister school. What are the nice things if you look at the very front page of the presentation? Actually, it's a chart. I have to share that. Principal Melissa Boyd is not only the principal of Whale Branch Elementary, she's also the principal for our James Davis Early Learning Center. So I have to give kudos to the work of the staff. Kudos also to the work of the staff members over at the Early Learning Center. If you ever get the opportunity, board members, to visit, please do. Very positive environment. So if we can go to how do we teach? It gives a little information regarding our children. Please recognize over at Whale Branch Elementary, we service children from grades K through 4. Our 5th graders are serviced under Ms. Lawton at middle school. It comes out immediately, standards-based instruction, gradual release model, data-driven learning communities, what we know as PLCs. Next slide, Ms. Robin. I don't know which point I like. Oh, you're ahead of me, Robin, but thank you. I'll catch up to you. If you could hold right there, thank you. So if we're talking about the integration of the gradual release model, the capacity for that is actually built up in her PLCs. That is becoming a key component. What Melissa has done at Whale Branch Elementary is taken on the opportunity to reach out and work with Richard before at a prior conference and has followed up with this with members on her staff. I like where she snuck in the anticipated attendance. I just wanted to see if you all caught that. Normally I'm a yes person. Right now I've been on the no person for traveling. If we can go to the next slide, please. Slide 7. And I really want you to take a look. Go to next slide. Thank you, Ms. Robin. If you could take a look on the language right here, hands-on learning. kinesthetic instruction. That is one of the things that I have to say is unique, that Melissa is recognizing that I need to do one more thing a little different to be with my children. Very difficult to sit still all day. When you're young, you have all of energy. So what are we able to do? And now think of that within a virtual context. So she's taken on a few challenges at the delivery of instruction, and she's working on that with her team. Again, Sharp wins. I want you to notice he's a virtual student. And then we go to the next slide. Our Sharp also practices health and safety. So the non-negotiables are, you will read to my children, model. Independent reading game, so I read, you read. Small group instruction. Daily intervention time. The morning meetings. Setting goals for learning. Data reviews, which all tie into professional learning communities. And building the leadership, culture, and academic framework for her school. You can go ahead, Ms. Robin. For curriculum. Her work with social emotional learning is through CASEL, and we recognize also that South Carolina Department of Education utilizes CASEL as its framework as well now. Continue, Ms. Robin. The ELA, thank you. And our last slide was sorry. I went ahead of you, Robin, I apologize. Perfect. If you can come up just a little more, thank you to the fourth graders. Gradual growth. Same cohort of students over a period of time. And I'd like to be able to take the opportunity at this time to pause for any key questions that I may follow up, get that information back to our Madam Chair. And then I will have Mr. Daniel Fallon do a follow-up on our map that as it relates to our priority and TSI schools, as well as additional information as requested.
I'll just say it might be better if you actually get your answers to Molly and Robin so they can distribute to the board, but thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Colonel Dyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Stratus, I'm very impressed, not only in the growth, but more importantly, I really like the structure that you have given the principals, the basic topics, negotiable, non-negotiable. I really like that. And I really like the principal initiative that they're allowed to do to achieve the structure that you have laid out. Kinesthetic, different tools, kinesthetic instruction, different ways of looking at data, fishbone diagram. I love fishbone diagram. And I assume that at some point, I don't know if you're going to do it quarterly or at the end of the year, of the calendar year, but you're going to bring all these principles together and share best practices so they all know what each other is doing. And some of them can say, wow, I may try a little of that. Because what you're doing is you are plowing the ground and throwing lots of seed out there. And some of it's going to grow. It's all growing as far as I can see. But some of it's going to grow faster than others. And some of these principles are going to give other principles that light bulb time. I'm going to try that. This is really good stuff. Now, I am very, very impressed. Thank you so much.
Mary,
Sure.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
I have to give kudos, Colonel Dyer, to our principals. They are working cohesively as groups, meeting as clusters. They are sharing information. They are growing as a team of leaders, and that is throughout the school district. Great points go to them, and they model the behavior and expectation of professional learning community amongst themselves. So thank you.
Dr. Travis, I think, one of the things that COVID, well, there's lots of negative things about COVID, right? You're looking for a light bulb in there somewhere, right? It's that it has brought principals together looking for solutions to issues in a way that otherwise is very difficult, right? And so if there's any silver lining there in what we're dealing with, that is one key point. I think one of the things you'll see that we had in the layout that you see here, we had a powwow here around our instructional framework, right? And in that conversation, my discussion was around what is our core instruction? What is it that we're grounding our core instruction in? And then what is it that we're using an intervention for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3? So if the intervention is, in other words, you shouldn't throw all of it in at the same time, right? Zero in on the core instruction. That's not working. Then you zero in on a tiered intervention for tier 1, right? If that's working, keep going. If that stops working, go to tier 2. These are the tier 2 interventions. That way, you can diagnose later what intervention is making the difference and where, right? And so that's just sort of a key point. Dr. Stratos mentioned, well, one of the things you see in here, gradual release is core to our instructional framework, right? Across the board. And I think the other piece is that she mentioned in here is kudos to our principals, right? And we talked about kudos to our principals. I want to take a moment and add to that kudos to our teachers as well. Our principals for the leadership in the buildings, and our teachers for the work they're doing with our students is critical.
Kathy Robine?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for the presentation and the obvious amount of work that the principals went into doing these. A couple of commonalities that I think are key is most schools stated right out standards-based instruction. And with that focus, top of their mind, and we've always, I'm sure, talked about standard-based instruction, but now it's absolutely forefront. So to me, that says they are really invested in the standards and planning standards-based instruction. And they are using some other, a variety of ways with the standards. The other thing I wanted to mention was I thought it was particularly helpful that Ms. Rivera at Joseph Shanklin actually provided data on the special ed population, because that's the population that got all of these schools on that list. So to see that data in particular, I thought was very telling, and it is looking good. So kudos.
David Strubinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo what Colonel Geyer said about structure. It's refreshing to see that. And I also love those Ishikawa diagrams, because I know how much work goes in to developing one of those and how enlightening they can be. I have a question on the MAP scores. There's a dramatic increase, and I see the pattern across all the schools. There's a dramatic increase in the lower grades, and then that increase tapers as you move up in grades. Is that an anticipated pattern, Dr. Stratos?
The other thing I could share from a review of our standards, Mr. Strivinger, is that as we progress, the standards become more complex. So in other words, the degree of learning gets harder.
Mr. Strivinger, I think generally speaking, with not only does the curriculum, the standards get tougher, but the rigor within those standards as the grade levels increase, continue to grow, right? And so, so that is an accurate observation on your part.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowling?
Dr. Stratus, I've said this before, but I want to say it again. You continue to bring all this to a whole new level. You are a real professional, and I hope that the public gains the confidence that I'm sure my colleagues on the board gain when they hear and see your work.
Mrs. Dowling, thank you. It's a result of us as a team and our leadership of Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Bradley as well. Very talented people. Thank you.
Well, David Scrivener asked my first question. I noticed the same thing and wanted to know why that was. And a couple other questions I have is, so the math testing is done kindergarten through 8th grade, correct?
Through ninth.
Ninth, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the highest score for math for both the math and reading?
I will have to defer to Mr. Fallon. I didn't bring that information with me.
Okay.
But I know he's.
I'm here. So it's it's I think it's slide 3 of my PowerPoint that I'm going to go through, but there is no technical maximum score. So I don't want to go too into it, but every score has its own value of difficulty, and the Roush unit or the Roush scale, which is the scale, the RIT scale is ranges around a 112 to about a 350. But it's not, a student's not going to score a 350. It is not a score or a test that you're going to score 100 on. I can talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. I don't want to derail the questions and the good conversation that's happened.
Thank you. I also want to express my gratitude to these principals and their staff, the teachers. Very impressive work they're doing. And thank you, Dr. Stratos, for the presentation.
Thank you. So at this time, if there are not additional questions, I will have Daniel Fallon be able to go forward the NWNA map update that help build or answer some of the questions you may have had regarding the presentation. Mr. Fallon?
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. This evening, I do want to do a fall map update with you, but I want to tie that back to the last 8 schools we've seen. So the first few slides are it's information, it's relearning, it's new learning. It's a building upon what we've gone over with the other 8 schools, especially with the culminating data at the end. But I want to show you that so you have the district perspective of all the questions you've been asking about, starting with Mr. Campbell last night, asking what is the norm, what would be expected, to how much when asked of Mr. Lawton, how much do your 6th grade students need to grow in math to be normal or expected or where they need to be. So hopefully in the next few slides, we answer some of those, if not all questions. But to start really quickly, a fall map update. Beaufort County students, and it does need to say kindergarten through 9th grade for the fall 2020 school year, participated in measures of academic progress or MAP. And we tested those students August 24th through September 21st. So why so early in the school year after being out since March? And that is because of Act 142. Act 142 coming out of the legislature is a large portion of law, but the part that affects us with testing came down to the requirement of districts pre-test all students, kindergarten through grade 9, reading and math, within the first 10 days of the academic school year. The second half of that is we must post-test before we leave at the end of the 2020 calendar year. So the last few weeks of December will be spent with that post-test. So when we're thinking of that August 24th date, we all know when we started school, we were allowed some flexibility to As Dr. Stratus mentioned, as the principals mentioned, we started testing during Leap Week. We had schools being creative for social distancing to allow, as we saw, some of the removal of the burden of technology, testing during the staff development week. And then we also had schools fully use the 10 days during the first 10 days of school as well. And to have Freda mentioned last night about some technology issues that we saw, and full transparency to share with you, during the first 10 days of the school year, yes, we were dealing with, virtual and the 10 days of testing, but, the West Coast of the United States was dealing with severe wildfires. So part of that technology concerns were not Beaufort County related, were not NWA related. They were actually fire related with the NWAs on the West Coast. So some of the cabling that their service provider for internet to server connectivity were actually being melted by the fires. So we got to think, when you think globally, how tight we all are with the networks, how close they seem, a lot can happen between here and there. So that was done, and that did cause us a little bit of connectivity issues over those 10 days. But wholesale, our students were tested. We met the letter of the law as far as Act 142. Now, what is MAP? This is a refresher, but it's measures of academic progress. It is a suite of form of assessments. So what we are talking about, what we have been talking about, what has been presented already, are the growth assessments. These are assessments that delve into the strand level. So we're getting into that standards-based instruction that the schools are doing. We can monitor how they're doing in the strands or the goal performance areas of the assessment. There's screening assessments. These can be open when the window, our overall official testing window is not, if a new student were to come in, or if a student is showing rapid growth and we want to have another test of, hey, how is this student really doing? We can give a quick interim diagnostic using the MAP suite. And then we also have at the early grade levels, the K1 grade levels, we have very skill specific, non-computer adaptive assessments in reading and math that those students can be given from anything to a pre and a post test of a unit or a lesson, all the way through progress monitoring on acquisition of number skills, sounds, concepts of reading. These get into those early level assessments. And Beaufort County's partnered with NWA, Northwest Evaluation Association, the MAP assessments. We've been doing these since the fall of 2004. So we have a battery of longitudinal data that we can look at our students, our schools, our populations on a very consistent scale. So that gets into what exactly is that scale? And the question from Dr. Gua is going, getting to what is a maximum score? So when students finish the MAP test, they do receive what everyone knows if you have a student who's tested, or we've talked about mean scores. It's a RIT score. That's actually a Roche unit. If you want to sleep well tonight, you can read up on what the Roche unit is. But what that does is it represents a student's achievement at any given moment and helps measure growth over time. So the way to think of this is feet and inches. Those are very common. If you have a ruler, whether you have a measuring tape, a tape measure, an inch is an inch in the United States and a foot is a foot. So we can accurately measure multiple things using the same common scale. So what that allows us to do is measure student performance, regardless of their age, regardless of what grade level they're in, or regardless of their academic ability on grades. It's like marking the height of a student or a child as they grow on the door frame. An inch is an inch. We can measure it over time. And we can see how far you have grown academically between test events. So when I say there's no maximum score, well, there's no technically maximum height that a human can grow to. And Mr. Stribinger, I think you hit it as well. When you look at the growth, you see high growth at early grades, you see lower growth at at the higher grades. Think of that same thing with growth. When we are younger, we have more growth spurts. As we continue to age, growth starts to slow down. Yes, it's the standards. Yes, it's the complexity, and that is reflective in the norms. So that's not here. That's not Greenville or Horry County. That's Georgia, California, Alaska. That's nationwide inside of the norms. That is seen and that is evident in the norms, not just our Beaufort County results. So how is 2020 different? Just talking, NWA and MAP assessments. Just wanted to show you and present to you that the end count of students that tested face-to-face and virtual. So as our students were younger, of course, they had a little less independence. So we see, ranging from 34 to 36% of, those kindergartners are coming in face-to-face. First time possibly in their district. They're very young. So they did the face-to-face. But when we get to the high school, we see the ninth graders. We see almost, a large chunk of those students were taking virtual tests. So we met the letter of the law. We did test them. We did allow for the best of our ability to provide a secure and consistent testing environment. We have, not on this slide, but one thing that we always look at in a normal testing session, test start times all occur during the normal school day. Nothing before, 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning, and they're ending by, 2:30, 2:45 in the afternoon. For fall 2020, our buildings, our administrators, our school test coordinators, teachers, families, did everything it took to make this happen. We have test times, start times in the system, ranging from 7 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night. Our schools met our families where they needed to in order to make it as seamless and as painless as possible during these times. I want to also talk, as we transition to the last with the actual data, into Mr. Campbell's questions around, and I'm going to use 6th grade math because you asked about 6th grade math, and we can see there. So it's the same exact data that all 8 schools have presented individually. But what we're also getting to, this is the district. Same exact data, same exact layout. So we see fall 2020 mean for kindergarten, 148. We follow the next line down. We see the current 1st grade scoring a 164.8 in mathematics. Those same students, if we follow them back one calendar year, their mean score was a 136.7. So we're seeing growth. And I know the question, where should they be? And that is a great question. I'm happy to hear those questions because that's where we as a system need to be. We need to be asking those. So in 6th grade math, as the example, NWA would say the norm for 6th grade math starting in the fall is a 214.7. And by the end of the year, they need to grow 8.1 points. Now is 8.1 RIT points adequate for all learners? If we just say you must grow 8 points, of course not. Some students, as we've seen evidenced in all 8 schools, we see a range of current reality of the grade levels. So a student might need to grow 14, 15 points to be where they need to be at the end of the year. Other students might need to grow 1 or 2 points. But NWA would say, if you start the year at a 214.7, which is basically we round that to 215, it's the median. It's the rounded mean. 8 points of growth is what would be expected. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have around the presentation.
Can you just clarify the last thing you just said, Daniel? So
Sure.
the RIT of 8 is, explain that again?
So just like going back to the feet and inches and growth and what's expected, and and everything. So if an average student, which NWA would say out of their norms, in 6th grade mathematics in the fall would be roughly a 214, rounded to 215. So they would be scoring roughly a 215. That's right at the 50th percentile. That same student, to maintain the 50th percentile or grow 1 year by spring, they would need to grow 8 points.
And is that just true for 6th grade, or is that true?
Yeah,
for-
that's just 6th grade. I was using 6th grade because that one seemed to rise to the top of all the conversations. So I wanted to keep that same. I didn't want to throw in a 2nd grade reading, and we hadn't talked about 2nd grade reading, but 6th grade math was kind of that focus point. So I want to use that as an example.
That's just what I needed to clarify what you just said. Thank
Yes,
you.
most definitely. Yep. Every grade, every subject will have a different what's typical growth.
Yeah, exactly.
And drilling down from our seat at the district level to the school level, their grade levels might have a different growth depending on where they started as a mean. And then drilling down to the next level in the classroom, each one of those students will have their own prescriptive, typical or expected growth for the year.
Thank you.
It's a roll up from the classroom or the student to the classroom to the grade level, school, then we have district. So we roll those very specific student prescriptive scores, and we start slowly rolling them up to a report level at the district level.
Thank you. Robine?
Daniel, do the teachers and like principals know what the norm is at each of those grade levels? Like you just gave the 214, 215 for the 6th grade. As a teacher, I know that I would like to know that. So then I know I'm measuring growth for my students, but I'd also like to see how far or how close they are to the norm, the national norm.
Most definitely. One good thing about one of the key benefits of NWA is it always seems like I get the data first, but honestly, the reports that I use to create these even lag behind what the teachers have. So if a teacher tests first thing in the morning, their reports are populated that day. I'm waiting to the next day to see those reports. So those teachers have their student scores as their school rolls through testing. They're getting their school average, their school norm, their school means. And then as we close the testing window, they get the district means. But on all of those reports where we're looking at a student and we're looking at what's norm or what's anticipated or expected typical, those numbers are on those reports. Yes, ma'am.
You good?
I'm good.
Okay, Melvin Kimball?
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. That's exactly what I was trying to get at in terms of Mr. Lawton and others. I know there's a uniform component there of growth, but each one of those individuals have individual components of growth, and besides, if they're behind, to get to that norm might require more than that coveted 8 points. And students know this when teachers know it, and teachers know it when administrators know it, because it's passed down, and students are anxious to see how much did they grow. Not the fact that they grow, how much did they grow, because they know what that point of that leverage should be. And that's information, like Daniel said, that's out there. And I was trying to get, a little bit more inspection of what's happening, as opposed to just generalizing that we're growing. And, well, we're growing, might be distorted sometimes. So that was my point. But yes, I appreciate the presentation. I hope we picked up something from it, Daniel.
Colonel Guyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hey, Daniel, this is good data. One thing I'd like to ask you if you've ever done, mean data, mean scores are valuable. Have you ever taken a grade at a specific time and subject and shown it by students on a bell curve. So you can see where that mean is on a bell curve. Have you ever done that? Because
Actually,
that-
I kind of feel like, even though I'm down the hall in my office, I'm feeling like we're channeling something similar. So as I was crunching all the norms while I was over here, because I heard the questions in the conversation. I knew it was a much deeper conversation, which is great. I love having these. So in NWA, the norms in 2020 are different, and I don't want to misquote their differences. Their methodology is the same, but for the 2020 year, they've actually expanded. They've come to the testing calendars instead of just generic timeframes. But one thing they've guaranteed is they've guaranteed a much more normal distribution of test events. So you're getting to the bell curve. So then what we say is when we see the standard deviation of those norms, and we look at 2 standard deviations away, and we're getting into all the norms, we're getting to 68% of the population. That's exactly what I was here charting out. I hadn't started it yet because I figured if I got into that program, I'd miss questions and then I wouldn't be ready to talk to you guys. But to see what our distribution is once they're giving these standard deviations are much tighter than they have been in the past. You know, I'm not looking at 20 and 25 point standard deviations. I'm looking at much tighter standard deviations in the 12 to 14 point range. So with that, I'm thinking the RIT scale itself, while it might have drifted a little bit, I think what they're doing with the norms is they're far more accurate for 2020. Mr. Campbell, I know Ms. Friedrich, you can remember when we first went with MAP, the norms were based on just people who were part of NWA sample size. So it was only districts that could afford the assessment. So they were skewed very high. And then they came to working with the National Education Statistics, and they became more distributed, representative of the normal population. And now they've taken one step further and taken out rapid guessing. They've taken out other noise from the sample. So these standard deviations are good. And I was actually looking at this thinking, when I take the data to put it, just like you said, chart it, let's see what it looks like. I was actually thinking about doing with percentiles as well, because we should see a very norm distribution of the percentiles, and then look and see how we're actually doing. So yes, I had the same exact thought when I saw these standard deviations that were manageable, and it makes the thought of doing that work more meaningful than doing something that you know what the result's going to be, because the standard deviations are so large that you know it's going to capture that 68% of our population. But with these being tighter, I think we might actually see that, and then also looking at rolling that to the school level and seeing where the schools are in that bell curve as well.
Thank you.
Patricia Fidrich.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. Just wanted to share with my fellow board members that I do know it is pretty much, it's teacher practice to share the MAP scores with the students, and the teachers know what the norms are. They know what the fall norm is, the winter norm, and the spring norm. And I can assure you that the teachers are having these conversations with the students. Okay, this is your MAP score. Okay, look at this is your growth, but this is the norm across the nation. So where do we compare to that? So I just wanted to assure you all that this is standard practice, has been since 2004, that teachers are having those conversations and teachers do know the norms. There's a printout. I mean, go into any teacher's classroom, it's usually in their desk, on their wall or something, and they are having these conversations with parents and IEP meetings.
PLCs.
Say again?
PLCs.
And PLCs, absolutely, absolutely. So,
And,
Mr. Melvin Campbell.
and to add to what Tricia was saying, that MAP scoring is used a lot of times, particularly in the middle school, as a directive or support for registration or into the high school courses, or recommendation into the high school courses. You know, a certain level of width for math is acceptable for algebra 1, as opposed to geometry. And those numbers are relevant to a basic level for the kid. So it is important where those levels are, despite, what you say the growth pattern is. But what I'm saying is we can't ask students who have a RIT that's 3 grade levels below to do things that require a different level because they are improving. A lot of times they definitely have to have the correlation. So yeah, those numbers are utilized, quite a bit in the schools, or should be at least.
All right, there being no further questions. Oh, Mr. Smith.
I was going to say I agree with Mr. Campbell wholeheartedly.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Stratos, and thank you to Pat Freda and Freddie Lawton for joining us here this evening, and thank you, Mr. Fallon. At this time, we're going to move on to our fiscal responsibility goal 3. Ms. Crosby.
Yes, good evening. So under fiscal responsibility, we have 3 main categories. First is the monthly transparency report. So the district provided the August 1st through 31st report. It's about 41 pages long. So it has a tremendous amount of detail there. So I'll be happy to take any specific questions you may have on this report.
Goodrich.
Thank you, Dr. Fox. Hi, Ms. Crosby. The only question I had was actually on page 23. And it had to do with the News Leah renewal.
Yes.
Okay, so just was wondering about the difference in, most schools had a $3,000 renewal subscription. The district had $14,000 and MC Riley had $7,000. So I'm just wondering why there was such a difference and what the district has the need for a $14,000 renewal charge.
Okay, I don't have that specific invoice with me, but Dr. Stratos, would you have any thoughts on that particular purchase? This is an instructional purchase. If we don't have that details, we'll be this evening, we'll be certain to get those to you.
Right. Ms. Crosby, I don't have the breakdown for the invoice.
Okay, all right. Ms. Fidrich will be, I don't have the specific information for you this evening, but I'll be happy to get that out to the full board on tomorrow.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Crosby.
All right, there being no further questions on the transparency report.
Okay. The next report is the monthly $100,000 report, as we call it. These are purchases and or contracts that are $100,000 or over per board motion. This is brought monthly to you and identifies any purchases or contracts that in individual or in total meet that threshold. So this is for the month of August. And I'll be happy to take any questions you may have on this one as well.
There don't seem to be any questions regarding that one.
Okay. And the third report in this category is the board monthly budget. This is the budget through the report date of October 15th of 2020. So this is for the July, August, September, and part of October. Just want to point out a couple of things. One, the legal services are actually the district's legislative liaison lobbyist. So that $6,833 on the first page is our district lobbyist, assists with legislative matters. And again, the larger purchase at the very end of the report, organizational memberships, is our School Board Association membership. Also has policy services and legal services to support the board as well. So that is any further questions on this topic?
Mr. Davis Scrivener?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, just a quick question. On account 53201, which is the local travel, that I understand that all the lines after the first line correspond to board members, but what is that top line, the 4,500?
The top line is any other, it's a sort of a contingency account that's available if any individual members exceed a particular budget, that those are available for the full board for the use in case of overages in any of the other categories.
Okay. You know, I'd much rather see the overage than to have it taken out of that and make it look like we're on budget. So, but you know that, we've talked about that before. All right, yes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tanya, my question is, what you have just mentioned is the lobbyist services, and that's the under the legal services. I guess it's 53,900, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you look into that, because as I recall off the top of my head, it's 3,700, I think, a month. So okay. That doesn't seem like it's quite the right number there.
Okay, I will recall looking at that and seeing 2 payments. So I can certainly take a look at it and
400 is somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
There don't seem to be any further questions.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. That takes us to COVID-19 update. Dr. Bradley.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, Madam Chair, members of the board. Just 3 quick things to update you on this evening. As you know, we are in the middle of our 3rd week of hybrid instruction. School visits continue to show that our teachers are working very hard. Safety protocols are being executed well. And our students at every level are responding to the challenges of school despite significant change happening around them. For example, executing a hybrid model has come with an abatement of how we conduct some of the more social aspects of school, like recess, lunch, and other school community gatherings. And although our primary focus is on academics, we recognize that there are other critical aspects of school that now require attention. It is an absolute certainty that students' connection to one another in their school communities is important. In fact, just last week, Dr. Nakia Campbell and Ms. Lakeisha Swinton proudly introduced a new program called the Young Men of Distinction, a new initiative focused on developing and supporting promising male students throughout the district. Dr. Rodriguez and I were privileged to share our personal stories and contribute to the group's inaugural meeting. So again, I'm sharing this information with you because we acknowledge, especially because of the limitations of COVID, that we must insist on creating new pathways of engagement for our students, which can emanate from the school level as well. Concerning safety, like many other districts have already done, we've implemented a new safety protocol that involves temperature checks. For the benefit of families who are joining us this evening, although our transition to hybrid has gone well so far, face-to-face instruction is only as good as our ability to keep our buildings clean and our people safe. Across the country, we've seen where districts have reopened and because of COVID outbreaks have had to close for some period of time. We believe that this kind of disruption is simply not good for students. Although COVID-19 does not always present with a fever, it is widely known that fever is one of the body's first reactions to infection. To that end, we believe that monitoring body temperatures can help detect disease and help us to determine whether it is okay to be physically present for work or for school. To be clear, we do not adopt this procedure as a foolproof method of preventing the spread of COVID within our schools. But we do believe that it is a worthwhile effort. And lastly, allow me to share that we've recently debuted our COVID-19 dashboard, and it is available for viewing on the district website. The activation of this dashboard was intended to accomplish two things. First, to be fully transparent with the public about COVID infections throughout the district. And two, to ensure a central repository of COVID infections that can easily be tracked and monitored by interested persons. This dashboard will be updated daily during the week, but it's important to note that the published numbers may fluctuate depending on when cases are reported to us. We're focusing on a 2-week window since the typical quarantine period ranges from 10 to 14 days. The total number of cases per school since September 28th is also included in the dashboard. And again, I would repeat, if you'd like to review the dashboard, it is currently available on our website for viewing. I should mention that our communications department has really led this effort. Dr. Rodriguez also has been very clear about the fact that we want to be crystal clear and transparent with our community about where COVID outbreaks happen within our school communities. And we also want to avail ourselves to any questions about what we're doing to avert these outbreaks within our school communities as well. I'll pause there for any questions.
Mr. Williams-Smith?
I was wondering, how are our little people handling the COVID-19 epidemic? How the younger folks handle it? The elementary schools.
Mr. Smith, when you say younger folks, you're referring like in our elementary schools and things like that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so what I would share with you, perhaps one of the things that has been a bit of the most surprising piece to me around this is that our youngest students, right, with the mask requirement that we have in place and everything, that, you know, I thought there would be a lot of challenge for them on that. And to be honest, the feedback that I'm getting from our teachers as a general form is that that's really a non-issue, right? They are adopting very well to that. But, you know, the first week, there's, you know, reminders and things like that for them. But from what I'm hearing from teachers as I visit schools is that that's not really a challenge for them. They seem to be doing well with the protocols. Our schools, our administrators, and our teachers have done a fine job, an excellent job in working through these protocols with our students. So from my perception, I think they're doing well at the moment. Dr. Bradley?
Yeah, I mean, I think from personal observation, I would reiterate what Dr. Rodriguez has said. In the school visits that I've had and that I've conducted, not only are our students just doing an incredible job, I think what I've always looked at is the extent to which the adults in our buildings are making certain that we're following our safety protocols and procedures with fidelity and consistently across school communities. And so I've seen that at every level, at elementary, middle, and high school. And it's quite frankly something that I've been very pleased to see. I commend all of the adults within our buildings for being able to manage all of this change.
Great. Also, so let me ask a question. Are they eating lunches are they eating lunches? My question is more, are they moving around? Are they going to recess? Are they eating lunch? Or are they just staying in class and they're just doing everything from the classroom?
So they do eat lunches in classrooms. They are out at recess. They do take them out. They do continue to observe distancing around that during the recess. So I have seen a variety of creativity, I would say, from our teachers and our school administrators in organizing our students around things like that.
So when is it like only one class go at a time, and are they cleaning the playground once the kids are going off of them? How does that look?
Yeah, sure. Where the playground equipment is not available for use. So we have not allowed our schools to actually make use of playground equipment. So our teachers are using just outdoor space where students can adequately social distance from one another. And then obviously all of the schools are being allowed to have mask breaks on schedules that correspond with their daily schedule.
Okay. Also, let me shift gears a little bit. Do we are we offering hotspots to our teachers and faculty and staff members as well?
Yes, sir. We have had some teachers, my understanding, we have had some teachers that have requested hotspots that they needed. And my understanding is that's been available.
Okay, so we are offering those to all district staffs.
So not all district staffs get a hotspot. It's just if they need a hotspot and they request it, to my understanding that request has been met.
Okay. Okay, I'll let someone else ask some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boggs. I've had a couple questions from some of my constituents, and one of them is the process now that we're taking the temperature checks. So just if you could walk me through, so let's say a high school student comes to school and their temperature is taken, and let's say it's elevated. What happens then?
Yeah, so what I can share with you is as a general matter, that student, if they have an elevated temperature and they have already reached the building, they would be sent to the nurse's office, and then a preliminary examination or a health assessment, what we've said, will be made. And at that time, a determination will be made whether or not their parents need to be called for them to go home or to leave the school community. With regard to overall protocols, one of the things that we really wrestled with internally was the extent to which we needed to actually articulate what the structures and the processes needed to be for every school. And quite frankly, we just felt that that was untenable. Schools have different configurations. They have different numbers of entry points and things of that sort. High school is different from middle is different from elementary. So what we did was we provided general provisions and expectations for schools, and then we allowed them to actually implement their own processes with regard to how they were going to acquire the temperatures of folks who enter in their buildings.
So what if a student has an elevated temperature during the middle of the day? What would be the process at that point?
The same, for some schools, it depends on what the classification of student is. So what we have said for most of our schools, if not all, that if they are a special education student and they have significant physical or emotional disability, most of our principals opt to have their temperatures checked in the classroom. And then if that temperature is elevated, again, we would have the nurse actually come down to the room, notify the parent, things of that sort. If it's not a special education student, the process is fundamentally still the same. If you have an elevated temperature, you have to have the school nurse make a preliminary health assessment, and then a determination would be made as to whether or not we contact the parent to request them to transition from out of the school community.
Then are the teachers who the student has been in their classrooms, are those teachers notified? Are there,
not necessarily because of an elevated temperature. There is no school-wide communications protocol just because a student has an elevated temperature. I mean, the reason that we're taking temperatures is we're saying that is an indicator of perhaps some health challenge. And right. We obviously in the age of COVID, we want to make sure that we're responding to that aggressively and assertively. But we don't necessarily correlate an elevated temperature with the actual acquisition of COVID. But we do think that that's something where parents need to be prudent in being responsive to.
So if a constituent had a concern, what I'm hearing you say is that the principal, the administration has a little bit of leeway as to how they follow the guidelines that are suggested, and, but there's always a health assessment and.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, because an elevated temperature may not necessarily be related to, COVID. It could be something else, but we just want to make sure that we're catching all elevated temperatures. And quite frankly, I don't know that we have received any reports of any students having had elevated temperatures just yet. But again, I think with our desire as a district to make sure that we are inspiring the confidence of our teachers, to ensure them that we're doing everything within our realm of possibility to kind of inspire their confidence, this is why we've kind of proceeded with temperature checks.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Melvin Campbell?
Yeah. Are we checking the rate of discipline referrals now that we're in COVID with the face-to-face? Are they better behaved, or are there more referrals being submitted? Is anybody monitoring that?
So, Mr. Campbell, this is our third week into hybrid, so we will be monitoring that. What I can tell you is essentially, I think what we heard from Ms. Frida yesterday, that as students certainly in that first week of school and to some degree in the second week of school arrived at school, they were somewhat subdued. They've been away from school for quite some time. So she also did say, if you caught it, she also did say they're starting to warm up. They're starting to warm up, which is good. They're feeling comfortable in the environment, but they're following protocols, right? And so,
Good. Yeah. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we usually in time of crisis, the human factor kicks in and people are a lot more vigilant and respectful of each other. That's why I was just trying to see what our readings were with our youngsters.
Yes, sir.
John Dallin?
How many students have been entering quarantine since the resumption of class?
Have entered quarantine, or how many students have tested positive?
How many students have entered quarantine?
Candace, do you have that information?
I don't have that total number, but that would be something.
Okay. Yes. We'll have to get that from our nurse and get that back to you.
Okay, because, they're still missing school if they're in quarantine, correct?
Well,
Whether they have COVID or not.
They're not in class, but we are offering virtual instruction.
Okay. And has a determination been made yet if the Hilton Head High School football team is going into quarantine?
I do not have that answer yet. Do you have that yet, Candace?
Yes.
Can you share it?
The varsity team.
The varsity team, sir.
Okay. So, and how many students is that?
It is approximately, I think, 24, 25.
Okay. And lastly, how many staff members have had to enter quarantine?
And
That would be a question
for Denise also?
Yeah.
We'll check on that for you, sir.
We'll get that.
All right. I would hope that's on the tip of everybody's tongue.
Thank you.
Ms. Orshak? So, William, I'll come back to you after I ask your question. So this is a question that I've received from a constituent who's also a teacher in the district, and I don't know how to answer it. So this relates to our hybrid days at the schools. So those that are in hybrid have Monday, Tuesday, that's the AA days. Wednesday, the school is empty for deep cleaning, and then Thursday, Friday is the other group of students, the BP days. That's correct, right? So the teacher's question is, the cleaning day, Wednesday, is that a decision made by each school as to whether the teachers report that day or not? Or is that a district-wide thing, or what is the process for the the teachers on Wednesdays?
So on Wednesdays, we had an exhaustive dialogue about this as well. But as a general matter, Wednesdays are days where teachers have choice. And so that means that they can come to the buildings if they prefer. There was a question a little bit earlier about whether or not teachers have access to Wi-Fi. If their homes are not equipped with Wi-Fi, obviously they can come into the school community and work. But as a general matter, teachers have choice on Wednesday as to where they should work from.
Thank you for clarifying. Mr. Williams-Smith?
Are we evaluating teachers during COVID-19?
Yeah, yes, we are. In fact, most of our schools are in the middle of evaluations right now.
Can you tell me with this pandemic, can you tell me what that looked like?
Ms. Walton?
Yes, Mr. Smith, the state has made some modifications to the evaluation model, but they have not given us a waiver or much reprieve from that model. So we are evaluating teachers. They're being observed remotely by their evaluators. And there are going to be some leniency on the SLOs that the teachers have to do, but we are still following state guidelines and all that they have required us to do, because they have given us very little leeway to change anything.
Also, with that being said, can you tell me what is the state's position on the South Carolina Department of Education's evaluation during this time?
Their position is that we will continue to do evaluations through the SC Lead and South Carolina 4.0 rubric. They have not wavered any of the evaluation requirements.
Okay.
So we must do what they've always required us to do, with the exception of the SLOs.
And once again, with that being said, could you send a copy of that to the board?
A copy of the evaluation model?
No, could you the position of the South Carolina Department of Education, they're evaluated, how they feel about doing evaluations?
Sure, I can send you the link to their website, because it's all posted on their website under teacher effectiveness. So I'll be happy to send you that.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. And also, can you walk me through the evaluation process? With it being during this pandemic, how are we evaluating teachers who are virtually versus in the building? I'm just trying to figure out. I see how can we effectively do that? Can you tell me how? I mean, can you walk me through that?
Well, all teachers still have evaluation teams set up. Principals have done that, as they always do. If you are a virtual teacher, then your observations are going to be virtual observations. And the state has given some direction as to how those observations should be modified or changed. If you are face-to-face teacher, then your team will visit you face-to-face as normal.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Goodrich?
Thank you. Just one more question. And since Ms. Walton is on the line, maybe she knows Dr. Rodriguez, but I'm interested in those additional subs that were going to be in every school to help alleviate some of the demands on the teachers. You know, with, like Ms. Walton just mentioned, evaluations are continuing, SLOs are being a little bit, you know, leeway with that, but all the face-to-face, the teaching virtually, there's a lot of demands on teachers, and they're doing a fabulous job. We talked a couple weeks ago about having some additional help for teachers. Has that happened?
Ms. Walton?
Ms. Frederick, we're working very diligently to try to continue to make that happen. We have run into snags because subs are just not out there. We are working with a group of individuals who some feel afraid of going in the buildings. So we've been working with ESS to do different advertisements to offer incentives to get subs. So on a daily basis, we are working to try to pull subs in. We are aware that teachers are being asked to do a lot. We have, and in fact, our evaluation coordinator, Anita Parker, works very closely with the state. We have planned along with our cohort group in this local area in the Low Country to request that they give us some leeway on the evaluation, but they will not budge. So yes, we're continuing to work on subs. We will continue to do that. And as soon as we get those subs available, we will put them in those schools.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walton, because I do know that there are some teachers that are, that would be a great help for many things. So thank you, much appreciated.
Well, trust me, we are in touch with ESS on a daily basis about status of substitutes, how we can get more, and what things the district can do to incentivize people to come and serve as subs for us.
Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
Dr. Bradley, are our athletic directors implementing standard quarantine policies across the board?
I mean, to my knowledge, the athletic director are very well trained and have been educated on the expectations that have been communicated to them by the South Carolina High School League. And quite frankly, we've actually been very pleased with what we've seen with regard to athletics in terms of their, at least in terms of the depressed numbers of COVID infections that have been reported. So we're actually feeling really good about where we stand with that. Obviously, we've had a couple of one-offs at a couple of schools where we've seen a couple of infections, but as a general matter, we're very pleased that our athletes have not reported very many COVID infections. So to me, that is an indication that they are following protocol fairly precisely.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That seems to be the.
That concludes the.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're now down to board business action. And the first item of business is a motion that was postponed from our October 6, 2020 meeting that was made by Colonel Geyer coming out of the executive session. There was a subsequent motion that was approved by the board, quote, to postpone until the next meeting to allow Mr. Smith time to respond to the complaint, unquote. So I'll let Mr. Geyer read his motion again, and Mr. Earl Campbell had seconded the motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion for the Beaufort County School Board to publicly express its disapproval of school board member William Smith's actions resulting in multiple violations of board policy 3.4 Roman numeral 9 that states members shall make official visits to schools only upon knowledge of the principal. Board members shall not unnecessarily interfere with day-to-day operations of the school or work location or with the work being performed by employees assigned to that school or work location.
So Mr. Smith, would you like to respond?
At this point in time, under the advisory of my attorney, I have no comment. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to expound on your motion now that it's on the floor?
No, I would call the question.
Okay, Mr. Dowling?
I guess I'll put my question to you, Madam Chair, and maybe you can get a right answer. And the dates in question in the complaint was schooling session. Were the classes being held in the school?
I think Dr. Rodriguez can answer
Were
that.
the classes being held in September? There were No, I don't believe so. Maybe one or two of the dates, I believe, but not necessarily all of them.
Okay, so the policy says that official visits shall not unnecessarily interfere with the operation. It doesn't sound like there was a whole lot of operations going on in September because classes did not start until October 5th. I guess I was going to ask Mr. Smith a question or two, but I'll take him at his word that he's been counseled by legal advice not to respond. So I'll just say that, again, I think this is totally unnecessary. I think it's a repeat of last year's attempt to silence Mr. Smith. And I think that it's a matter of style versus substance. And I will remind everybody on the board that paragraph 6 of the duties of a member of the Board of Trustees is to visit the schools. So I'm not sure how Mr. Smith was straying from that responsibility and how he was interfering with day-to-day operation that was not taking place. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Mr. Dowling, just for clarity to your question, 2 out of the 3 days school was in session.
It was in session, but can you tell me how classes did not resume until October 5th?
No, sir, we had virtual classes taking place as of September 8th.
So how could Mr. Smith interfere with that process?
I don't know, sir. That's for you all to determine, not me.
I'm sorry?
That's for you all to determine, not me. I'm responding to your question about.
Well, I'm asking you because you are the conduit to what's going on in the buildings. All right. So you tell me what kind of process was going on in the building that Mr. Smith could have interfered with.
Sir, what I can tell you is that on the dates, 2 of the dates that school was in session, there may have been virtual classes taking place, but those were classes in session. So.
The art of the dodge, Dr. Rodriguez, thank you very much.
So I would just like to say that I find that incredibly disrespectful, right?
Well,
I don't know. Excuse me. I don't think.
Frankly, I'm not concerned about that. Okay.
I know that.
All right. So why don't you drop it?
Ms. Orchak?
Yes. I have a question regarding Mr. Smith's request for the complaint. He requested via email to the chair, and Madam Chair, you denied his request. And I would just like to understand, were you counseled on that? If so, who counseled you to deny Mr. Smith's request to receive a copy of the complaint?
I disagree with your assessment. Mr. Smith asked for the complaints. I don't have the email directly in front of me right now, or excuse me, documents. He asked for 2 documents. Those documents were available for him at the district office by appointment. They were available unredacted. He had to make an appointment. He's had 2 weeks. I don't know whether he has done that or not, where he could review the 2 documents that he was asking for.
May I clarify? I think you may have misunderstood my question. If I may, before you go further, I don't want you to waste your time. He requested an actual hard copy to receive, to take with him, not to view at the district office, memorize what he saw, and leave. And that request was denied. He was permitted, as you say, to come in and see them, to see the complaint, the single complaint. So can you help me understand how you came to that decision. I'm just trying to understand if you received counsel, if you were told to deny him that, if that was your own decision. I just want to understand what took place there.
I was following the process that's in place through the district and the process that we followed the first time around with the grievances, the summer of 2019. So I was following the same process. No, I did not receive legal advice.
Okay, so that was your decision, correct?
It was not my decision. It was following the process that the board decided at the last time we had the same issue, and that was last summer. And as I recall, you and Mr. Dowling were not present in all of the executive sessions where we received legal advice regarding that process. Ms. Walton has also, I clarified with Ms. Walton, does the person who is the subject of a complaint or grievance from an employee of Beaufort County School District get a copy of the grievance? And her answer was no, they do not. They get to know the contents or the, they get to know what it entails and that they are the subject and who is, I believe, giving the, or who has filed the complaint, but they do not walk out the door with a copy of the complaint. So I'll let her address that issue, please.
Well, if I may, I don't want to hear from Ms. Walton. I'm just interested in your response to Mr. Smith. Now, this was a slightly different scenario. It wasn't email. It wasn't a hard copy of a grievance, which are protected at a different level. And when I replied to your response to Mr. Smith, I gave certain scenarios where it might be beneficial for him to have a redacted copy, perhaps even if necessary, if he wanted to seek counsel and on how to respond this evening. He would need to have a copy of that complaint so that he could speak to the specifics of it with his counsel. I know Dr. Rodriguez has appropriately retained counsel in this matter, and I think it would be fair for Mr. Smith as well, since he was the recipient. And based on his comment, it sounds like he does have that, but I just don't understand why, for his purposes, he couldn't have a copy of the complaint. It's not a grievance. It was an email, which actually makes it subject to a Freedom of Information Act discovery. So, you know, obviously appropriately redacted to protect the employee's name always. But I'm still not getting an answer. This is a different scenario than last summer, so your decision to follow those protocols may or may not be appropriate. But I just need to understand who made the decision. It sounds like it was you. It doesn't sound like an attorney told you to deny Mr. Smith a copy.
I will answer back. It's not my decision. It's the board's decision. It was the board's decision last time, and you were the one. Excuse me. Let me finish.
Yes. No, I'm agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Me to release it redacted. You know, that's not the board's decision. What your recommendation is. We did it the last time by the board's decision, so I think it needs to be done by a board's decision now. Okay.
I would agree with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on Mr. Dowling's line of thought, members shall make official visits to schools only upon knowledge of the principal, and then there's a period. I think it's well established that that sentence was violated. So I don't think you need to delve into the other parts. You have enough right there. You know, those visits were made without knowledge of the principal. I don't think you need to go past that period. I think especially the visit or the attempted visit at 10:30 at night was certainly without the knowledge of the principal. But you know, the facts were established. The board asked for the facts to be verified, just in case the complaint was not accurate. That was done. I don't see how you can escape that sentence and the findings of fact.
Mr. Earl?
Yes, I just want to say this. Our board members, Mr. Smith requested the cards. Leave that up to Mr. Smith. I don't think we should get involved in this. And the reason I say this is because several people out in Beaufort County community was talking about this. That's none of their business. That's Mr. Smith's business. Mr. Smith handled the best way he can with his attorney. And the more we keep pushing it does not, that's not good boardmanship. Let Mr. Smith handle his own problem.
Mr. Mel Campbell? Mr. Melvin Campbell? You're muted.
I'm twixt in between where we are in terms of responsibility. I agree with David that that is a board policy. But I also understand the legal ramifications. Now, in my mind, we're blowing this thing way out of proportion in terms of how to resolve it. But unless the two parties involved, the school board, and I don't agree with you, Earl, that we're not our business because Will is on the board, the school board and the school employee. And how we resolve it can be very simplified in my mind, but if it's not, then there is a possibility that it goes beyond just Will handling his business. So that's my thought on it. And I'm not willing to support a motion to reprimand Will in any sense, but I think he's already been reprimanded in terms of our dialogue and our discussion. But what he does with it in terms of, assuaging a relationship with that employee is important from here on.
Mr. Geyer?
I just want to read to you all from the February 11th, 2016 Attorney General's opinion about board's ability to express disapproval of a board member's action. The 2016 opinion is much more detailed than the earlier opinion or later opinion that we got. In that it gives examples, that was the October 2019. This gives examples from other cases, similar instances in other states. And there's no law, no court judgment. It's all opinions by different attorney generals in different states. There's nothing in the statute in the state of South Carolina that prohibits what we're about to do. And I'm just going to read you some statements from that. From the Office of the Maryland Attorney General, it provided that while the board may not discipline one of its members by fine, expulsion, suspension, or even reprimand, as the term is commonly understood, it certainly has the power to adopt resolution that, while having no formal legal effect as a sanction, criticizes what the board perceives to be improper conduct. It goes on and refers to a case in New York State where it says, again, that Attorney General, that Board of Education, the Commissioner concluded, a Board of Education has no authority to censure or reprimand one of its members. However, a board may certainly criticize the actions of a board member for exhibiting poor judgment. It goes on to say that they recognize that a Board of Education is not powerless to express its disapproval of actions of a member in violation of the board's standards, rules, or bylaws. And that's what this motion says. This is not a sanction. It is not a reprimand. It simply states that the board does not approve of the actions of one of its fellow board members. And that's what this vote is about. It's about a statement. Do you approve of the actions? If you do, don't vote for this motion. If you don't approve of these actions, then I suggest that you vote for this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you. Just a couple of thoughts. I don't think there's one board member among the 11 of us who has not violated a board policy now and then. So that heightens my view of the hypocrisy behind this whole thing. As to Mr. Stribinger's comments, if the principal was not made aware of Mr. Smith's presence in the building, how did she state in her complaint about how she felt during his visit? I think that proves that she did know he was in the building. No one, I'm delighted that Mr. Geyer is actually paying attention to an Attorney General's ruling. That is a great step forward. However, no one is disputing the fact that the board has the authority to express disapproval. What I'm trying to say is that in this case, this is a low-level violation. It's a hypocritical continuation of the campaign that we spent $16,000 on last year to try to humiliate and, in a legal term, chill Mr. Smith. So the board certainly has the power to do it, but the board should have the moral integrity not to do it in order to just railroad somebody. And lastly, in April, the chair said, and I quote her, "We have policies, but they're just guidelines," end quote. Now, if we want to carry this hypocrisy on, let's vote so that we can not embarrass ourselves any further. And the last point, the answer that the chair gave to Ms. Orishak is one of the most disingenuous statements I have ever heard a chair make.
Mr. Dowling, you can. Please stop clicking it. And say your last point again. Thank you.
And I would ask the chair to not think that we're very naive.
Ms. Patricia Pickett.
Thank you, Dr. Boggs. Mr. Dowling, to your last point, I do not think this is a continuation of anything. I think this is addressing a behavior. Anybody that enters into a school has to make it known to the people in the front office who then relay it to the principal for many, many reasons. For lockdowns, for fire drills, for student safety. You know, it is just the practice of every single person. We are not above everybody else. And for Mr. Smith not to comply with that regulation, it just baffles me. Parents have to sign in. Teachers from other buildings have to go through the front office. It's common courtesy, but it's also a safety insurance for our students and our staff. So that is the reason that I think that this behavior has to be addressed, as well as a violation of our policy.
So the principal saw him in the building and had a reaction to it, and yet we're reprimanding him for not checking in. The principal knew he was there, and school was not in session. This is insane.
Would you like to continue?
No, that was, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Robine.
Yes, Mr. Dowling, you mentioned the words moral integrity. I think as a board member, I owe some integrity and some value to our employees. And I think I agree with what Ms. Fidrich said. This is a behavior. It's inappropriate.
This is not about me. This is about what you're accusing Mr. Smith of doing. So why don't you address the issue and not?
John, you're trying to make it an issue that it isn't. You're the one. You are the one who is misconstruing this to the public.
Ms. Orshak?
All right. First of all, Mr. Smith has not told his side of the story yet, and that's a fact. Based on the email that the board reviewed, and we have to go on memory because we don't have a hard copy of it, so forgive me if my memory is unclear. It was not spelled out how Mr. Smith was disruptive. Was he walking into classrooms, interrupting instruction? Was he being loud and boisterous? Was he turning cartwheels in the hallway? What was this disruptive behavior? And my final question, well, first of all, and another thing, the only reason we're discussing this tonight is because Mr. Geyer put an ill-advised motion on the floor without even hearing Mr. Smith's side of the story. So my question for Mr. Stribinger is, what is the definition of an official visit? Is it to tour the school? Is it to attend a performance by students? Is it to deliver cupcakes to the front office? What is an official visit? I don't even know. I don't know what that is.
You want me to
Official.
answer that, Madam Chair?
If you would like to.
An official visit is when you swipe your badge as a member of the Board of Education.
Then we need to add that verbiage to our policy because that is not clear now. It's quite ambiguous.
Oh, I don't disagree with you on that.
I mean, for me, that's not my definition of an official visit. I have a different definition. So, and it's possible that other board members do as well. I'm just trying to be fair here. When this motion is disposed of, I intend to put a motion on the floor to permit Mr. Smith to have a copy of the complaint. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Voting is now open.
Dowling, no.
Yes.
The motion carries 6-3-1. The 6 yeses are Earl Campbell, Christina Watts, David Stribinger, Kathy Robine, Tricia Fidrich, and Richard Geyer. The one abstention is Melvin Campbell, and Dr. Wisniewski is not present.
Madam Chair, I move that the board,
Wait a second, Ms. Orshak, Ms. Didrich had her hand up prior to yours.
my apologies.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Didrich, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have a motion for the board's consideration. I move that effective October 22nd, 2020, that board members' badges will provide access to the district office only. I second.
Okay, Ms. Robine, second. Did you hear that, Robin?
Please state it again. I move effective October
22nd, 2020, tomorrow.
Mhm.
That board members' badges will provide access to the district office only.
And the motion was seconded by Ms. Robine. Go ahead.
Okay. I am bringing forward this motion based on some conversation that we had several months ago. I don't recall exactly when, but we learned that board members do not go through a background check. Elected officials do not go through background checks. When we enter into a school building, our parents, our families, everyone is counting on the officials in the school to make sure they know who's in their building around their children. Staff members need to be assured that they are safe, that they know who is there. I think it's unbelievable, actually, that elected officials don't go through a background check, but I think that by doing this and allowing board members access to the district office, when they make their visits to the schools, which we are mandated to do, we will just go to the front office, check in, and have access to the schools that way. So that is the reason I brought this motion.
Ms. Orshak?
Tricia, I think there's some merit to what you're saying. When board members were offered, we were offered to have our badges, have access to all the schools. I actually opted out. So I understand where you're going here, but let me ask you this. As a board member, I can also be a parent, I can be a community member. I can enter the school, just by signing in, what have you, with or without the badge. If it's off school hours, is there a sign-in process? If no one's at the front desk, what happens?
No one's at the front desk, and the reason can you help me with this scenario a little bit? Why going there after hours?
If you're in the building after hours, say.
Will function?
Well, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what you're doing. I don't know.
So Julianne, I understand. I too opted out of it. I did not want to have any access to any school building other than the office, because I firmly believe anyone that's in that school building has to be known to someone in the front office, who then alerts the principal or the assistant principal. If there is a lockdown, they have to know where every single person in that school is, so that they'll be accounted for. You have to send a message to the front office and say, so-and-so is in my classroom, this visitor.
Yeah.
It is imperative for safety reasons that everybody either signs in or is known to be in.
I got you. I hear you. So I came up with this scenario. Sometimes there are evening meetings in school buildings. Sometimes I might need an extra set of hands to move equipment or set up for a school play. I guess that's a question for our admin, are we in those scenarios, is everybody required to sign in? Are there exceptions to the rule? How does that work?
The principal typically makes the school available to volunteers, all right? So she is providing the door open. It's not that you can get in by yourself. No parent can just go up there and, have a chance to get in without having her or his knowledge. So, it's
So the door's ajar and that's how folks can get in?
Is there, say again?
The door would be ajar and that's how folks could get in. I mean, I'm just trying to understand scenarios where there are exceptions to the rule.
Right, well, I mean, Joanne, I mean, I think you know, as a parent, as a former teacher, as.
Indeed, I do. Yes, I do know. I do know. So Tricia, I think it's, I think there are times when board members may actually enter school buildings with or without a badge, on and off hours, just like other parents do, and some visitors. So, I hear what you're saying. I don't think board members need to have their badges, have full access to schools, but I don't know what you're trying to prevent here. I don't think there's anybody currently serving on the board that hasn't been vetted. Certainly if somebody had a questionable legal background or criminal background, that's likely to come to light. The newspapers can sniff that out pretty readily. So I don't put a whole lot of stock in the safety piece here, and that board members entering might present a safety issue. But that's just me.
Perhaps you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to imply that board members would present a safety issue. I was saying that if there was a safety issue in the building, we need to know who's in the buildings. Okay, so I didn't mean to imply.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood your questioning about vetting, understanding board members' backgrounds and why we don't do background checks. I misunderstood that piece. I'm sorry.
It's a thing, Ms. Orshak. It's all elected officials don't have background checks. It just surprises me.
Thank you.
Sometimes with our children and our staff and so on.
Of course.
Mr. Dowling?
I think we better set an expectation then that there will be no committee meetings held at schools. I remember my badge does not allow me, by my decision, my badge does not allow me entrance into a school. But I can remember standing when we had the ad hoc policy committee, I can remember standing outside the door for 20 minutes, pounding on it, because it was 5 o'clock and there was no one in the building to let me in. Or there was somebody in the building, but they were in another far corner of the building. Okay. So if that's,
oh, I'm sorry.
If that's the way we want to work it, that's fine with me, but I don't buy the line that teachers need to feel safe from us.
I think teachers need to feel safe no matter what. So, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask you to call the question.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing is the Mr. Dowling, per FOIA, any committee meeting at any school has to be open to the public. So I believe what you're referencing, because I believe I was at that meeting too, is there was some kind of breakdown in communication and the door was not open, but those meetings are open to the public. So
yes, but on multiple occasions, the door was locked.
You're interrupting once again. All right, let's call the question.
Yes.
So I see, Robin, that this is titled wrong, but the motion is correct on my screen. It says, you still have this under Colonel Geyer's motion, but it actually says Ms. Dindrich's motion.
That's the title of it because the motion came after that. That's the area that we're working in.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Dowling, how are you voting?
No.
Mr. Melvin Campbell? I can't see. Is Mr. Melvin Campbell on?
Yes, he is. No, he's muted.
Oh.
No, can't support that.
The motion carries 7-3. The 3 noes were Dowling, Melvin Campbell, and William Smith. Ms. Orshak?
Madam Chair, I move that the board release, I'm going slow, Robin, a copy of the complaint lodged against Mr. Smith to Mr. Smith.
Second.
So you're saying give Mr. Smith a copy unredacted. You don't have anything about redaction there.
Well, let me say this. If the law requires that any aspect of that be redacted, I would assume we would follow the law. But if there is no law requiring the redaction of a public document, an email, then so be it. That would have to be up to the attorney, I would imagine, and the law. So I don't think it's necessary for me to specify that. But I made the motion because it is only fair to Mr. Smith to have full access to the details and not have to go from memory. It just doesn't seem fair. It seems like we're putting him at a disadvantage to explain himself, to share with his counsel, and I just don't see it as fair and equitable to him. And I'm sure, you know, if the law says that we need to protect the name of our employee, then obviously we should do that. So that's it.
Ms. Dittrich.
I'd like to ask Mr. Smith a question.
Certainly.
Mr. Smith, I would really like to hear from you what your thoughts are. You had 2 weeks to come in and look at the complaint. No one would have stopped you from making a hand copy of the complaint, I don't think. I don't think anybody would have stopped you from taking a picture of the complaint. No one was going to be looking over your shoulder. So I really would like to know why you did not come look at the complaint.
I believe I've already stated under the advisory of my attorney, I have no comment to you or any other board members. I have no comment.
Okay.
That simple. Thank you.
I do respect that. You know, I am just concerned about this, Mr. Orshak, because I so believe, the bottom of my heart, that we have to protect our teachers' rights and feelings and being able to communicate and feel they have an avenue to communicate. So I'm really struggling with this because I agree that Mr. Smith should be able to see this. But he had ample opportunity to see it. I don't know, I'm struggling with it, so.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that Mr. Smith would only need this for legal ramification because he doesn't, you know, he knows what's on there already. But if he's not going to respond and say he's waiting for his attorney, then his attorney can also request that document. I don't know why we're, you know, going back and forth over, you know, what's right and what's wrong and what's proper procedures. Obviously, this thing going to end up at some kind of legal procedures, and I think we ought to be in position to defend that, as opposed to whether we did the right thing or the wrong thing by Mr. Smith. I mean, if we didn't do it the first time, and I know, obviously, then I don't know why we don't wait and let the lawyer request it.
Ms. Robine?
I see that Mr. Williams is on the call. I don't know if Dr. Rodriguez would ask him for a legal opinion. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. I just, it may not be appropriate. I don't know.
If you'd like me to, I'll be happy to ask.
I guess you can say,
He can
I
say
don't want to
whether-
give an
yeah,
opinion,
yeah,
or
he
he
can-
can.
Right.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what would you like his opinion on?
Oh. There's a motion on the floor, Mr. Williams, about releasing a copy of the complaint, unredacted, to Mr. Smith. I'm wondering if you have a legal opinion about that.
Well, and I guess initially I want to clarify, are we, because there are a couple of documents that were discussed and reviewed with the board in executive session. One was the complaint and another was some legal advice that I provided to the superintendent. So I guess initially for clarification, are you talking about just the complaint or are you talking about both documents?
Complaint is the motion.
Complaint.
Yeah, it's essentially up to the board. There's nothing that says you have to redact it, particularly as it relates to releasing it to Mr. Smith. I will say ultimately it fundamentally becomes sort of a due process issue, and due process requires notice and an opportunity to respond. But there's more than one way to achieve notice. Whether you want to release it or not is up to you. But I do think that what I heard you discussing earlier was a format that would allow him notice. So you talked about making arrangements for him to review, which is all that the law requires. He has to be able to know what he's being accused of, and you could do that by having him review it or by giving him a copy. It's ultimately up to the board.
So, did you finish?
I'm done.
Okay. So I echo Mel Campbell's sentiment that, first of all, this is not the, as I already said, the process of the district. Normally, the complaint is not, a copy is not given to the subject. So why can't he, one, review the complaint with his attorney here at the district? Can't his attorney ask for a copy? To me, it seems like that would be a better way to do it. I'm very concerned about the employee that lodged the complaint. I don't want the employee to be, it is a strong word, but endangered is probably not the right word, but I don't want I don't want employees to think that, you know, if they feel uncomfortable or unsafe or harassed or whatever word you want to use, we need them to be able to come forward and feel that they have the ability to come forward. So my preference, I agree that Mr. Smith has had he's had opportunity to come to the district to review it. He could bring his attorney, certainly. I'm not going to support this, not because I don't think he should, you know, be able to look at it. He's already heard it. He's already seen it on a screen in executive session. It's not a complicated matter. And if he's got an attorney involved, I think it should go through the attorney. So that's just my opinion. Ms. Orshak?
Thank you. I want to clarify that when I came to the district office to review executive session documents, the complaint was not in my folder, and neither was Mr. Williams' legal counsel document. So I made the trip to the office and I did not have the documents in there. However, we were able to view them, as was stated, on the screen in executive session. But that's, it's not the optimal way to view, you know. You don't have the opportunity to pause and look at words and how things are phrased. So I would say that that's not adequate, particularly for Mr. Smith. Mr. Williams said it's up to the board. We can provide access to viewing, or we can give him a copy. It'll be up to the board. Mel and Tina make some good points. It's possible his attorney could seek the complaint. It's really a shame that we've gotten to this. We've shown excessive concern for only one of the two parties involved. And I think we needed to look at the whole picture and not just one piece of it, in all fairness to all parties. I respect both parties, and I would have hoped that this board would have at least given Mr. Smith his due.
All right, we're voting.
Yes.
No.
Doesn't matter. I ain't whipping this crap, man.
Mr. Melvin Campbell?
I don't know why I have to vote on that. I'm not gonna vote. Can I
Do you
not
want me to,
vote?
you abstaining?
Yes.
The motion fails, 3-6, 1 abstention, Mr. Mel Campbell. The 6 noes are Earl Campbell, Christina Watts, David Strivenger, Kathy Robine, Tricia Fidrich, and Richard Geyer. So now we need a motion to extend the meeting to finish the last few items under board business action, the rest of the agenda, or we can have a motion to adjourn. It's whatever the board's will is.
I made a motion, Madam Chair, to extend the meeting.
A second. Okay. So the motion was made by Earl Campbell to extend the meeting until we finish the agenda, and Mr. Geyer made a second the motion. Mr. Smith?
I thought we were going by raising the hand. I was gonna say, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Second.
Yeah.
Could you clarify? You said yes. Could you clarify your yes?
My understanding was that Mr. Earl Campbell made the motion prior to you putting your hand up. So let's vote on his. If it fails, we'll vote on yours.
Well, actually, Madam Chairman, Madam Chair, to be consistent, your policy, I believe, is to put their hands up since we're discussing policies, and I believe your policy is, Mr. Smith, please make sure that you put your hand up, and I believe I followed your policy. And I don't believe that Mr. Campbell did. So could you help me understand that?
I thought Mr. Campbell had already made the motion and already been seconded by the time you put your hand up, sir. That's all I'm saying. And we're in the same room, so yes, it's probably easier for me to hear the room.
Point of order.
What, did anybody else? Just a minute,
Point of
please.
order.
Did anybody else see the sequence?
No, I didn't. No.
All right, fine, let's vote on, you want to vote on Mr. Smith's first?
Sure,
Then?
let's start on this.
Okay, all right, Mr. Smith, we'll go with yours. I apologize if I didn't see your hand. And Mr. Dowling was the one I think you seconded, right? So,
That's correct.
Robin, the motion is to adjourn. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Motion by William Smith, second by John Dowling.
correct. So, ready for voting?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Abstain, Robin. Don't really matter.
Mr. Smith, how are you voting?
The motion that I have in front of me, it says motion to postpone Colonel Geyer out of October 6th executive session. That's what I have in front of me. I don't have what's on the screen.
On the screen it says motion to adjourn. Do you want me to vote yes?
Yes, yeah, you can vote yes, but the ballot that was sent to me, that's not what it says.
So Mr. Smith, Ms. Cushingberry already explained, because all of these motions we're doing are under that heading. So that's the heading, even though the motions are separate.
The motion reads right up under the heading.
Hold on.
Do you understand? So the motion, the reason why it says A, motion proposed from Colonel Guyer, I asked the same question, is because this discussion and all these other motions are under that heading for the agenda. But the motion you're voting on is what's in the white rectangle in the box.
Madam Chair, I believe I comprehended that, but the way I would understand this right here with this would be a total different motion. This would be a motion under the to continue the meeting or not continue the meeting. And I don't think that this is under the section of Mr. Guyer. I think this is just a general motion. I don't believe that it is under. I'm trying to figure out with giving it teeth, what gives the notion that this motion has anything to do with Colonel Guyer's motion. I don't believe that it does. Can you help me clarify? Can you clarify that for me? I don't believe that it has anything to do with Colonel Guyer's motion to continue the meeting or to adjourn.
Well, that's where we are on the agenda. That's why it's coming up there. That's the spot we're on the agenda. But what we're voting about is the motion failed. So we are not adjourning now. The 6 no's were Campbell, Wads, Strivinger, Robine, Vidrich, and Guyer. So now Mr. Earl Campbell can make his motion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we continue until we finish.
I'll second the motion.
So now, Robin, that motion made by Earl to continue the meeting until finished, and Colonel Guyer second. Can you please post that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Smith? Your hand is up? Okay, thank you.
Should I open voting?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mel Campbell abstain.
Yes.
So let's have a 5-minute.
Mr. Dowling, how are you voting?
When this is a bathroom break. Is that good?
I'm sorry, I was muted. No.
Motion carries. You know it.
The motion is approved 7-1. The 2 no's are Dowling and Smith, and the 1 abstention is Melvin Campbell. So it is now 9:23. So let's give a 7-minute break till 9:30 so people can use the restroom. Thank you. Molly. break. We are under board business action, the discussion of the tax bill discrepancy, and I'll have Tanya Crosby speak.
Yes, good evening again. On Monday, October 12th, after attending a Beaufort County Council meeting, on the agenda was the school debt millage as well as the county's debt millage. There was a discussion about the school districts that there was a discrepancy between the budget ordinance, which contained a 36.6 mill rate for debt service, school debt service, and the county's recent millage setting of 36.3 mills, which was also forwarded to the board and other county officials on August 24th, an email from the county auditor. So the county did not take up the matter as feeling as if their understanding is that the county had no authority over the school district's debt service millage and referred the matter back to the school board. So I have provided a summary of some of the past actions of the board and the dates of discussion of various millage rates and the calculations that, a summary of the calculations that have been provided to the county auditor to substantiate the 36.6 rate. So at the time of writing this, I provided 2 draft motions, which I believe were our only options at the time, either to affirm one rate or the other. But since then, I have spoken with Franny Heiser, our bond counsel, who is with us this evening, as well as Chad Cowan of Hilltop Securities is also on the call, on the Zoom call this evening. But I think there may be some other options available to the board that you will want to hear from Ms. Heiser tonight this evening in order to decide how to move forward with this particular matter. So with that, Ms. Heiser, if you would just have a few comments and discuss with the board some of those options.
Thank you, Tanya. I'll be glad to. The 2 draft motions that I think are before you are contained in the memo from Ms. Crosby on October the 20th are certainly actions that y'all could take. What I'd like to inform y'all of is the fact that Beaufort County, the Beaufort County Council, has filed a lawsuit or an action. I mean, not say lawsuit. They have filed an action in circuit court asking the judge to provide a writ of mandamus, which is basically a judicial order for a public official to exercise their duties or their responsibilities. That action is moving very rapidly because all of this relates to the millage that is shown on the tax bills, and tax bills need to be printed and need to go out so that people can pay their taxes. So it would be possible for y'all to decide or consider filing a motion to intervene, which would be an action on the school district's part to say to the court, we would like to be part of this lawsuit also. Now, just to be clear, I'm not really recommending that to y'all. I'm just giving you that option. I am not really a litigator. And so I really am not sure that I'm in a position to recommend or not recommend, but I did want to share that information with y'all. Yeah, it's my understanding that the difference of the 0.3 mils is approximately $600,000. That is certainly a sizable amount. Would never want to say that $600,000 was not an amount to pay attention to. However, in comparison to your entire debt service payments, which are $72.5 million, it would really be y'all's decision about whether the $600,000 is something that you would like to pursue in court. The other comment that I would make is that I think that the county is correct in that county council plays a role in working with the school district on operating millage. However, for debt service millage, that is a function between the school district and the county auditor. So the fact that the budget ordinance or that the ordinance adopted by county council is off by 3 mils, the fact that there's a discrepancy, I don't think means an awful lot in reality. Yes, there is a discrepancy, but at the end of the day, that discrepancy is not going to really have an impact on the school district or the school board or your taxpayers. So I'd be glad to answer any questions.
And I'd like to make one clarifying comment. And Franny, I think you accidentally said 3 mils, and it's actually 0.3 mils, a third of a mil.
Right, got to remember that that decimal point. Thank you, Tanya. 3 mils.
So I have several questions. So first of all, did the auditor ever provide his work showing how he arrived at 36.3 to the district?
I have never received any information regarding that. No, ma'am.
Okay. And we obviously, from this document, it's clear that there's calculations here of how we arrived at the 36.6, right? I mean, this was shared.
Yes, this was shared, a detailed report with each principal payment and each bond issue, each interest payment were all detailed out and sent over on June 2nd, I believe, to the county auditor.
So Ms. Heiser, so if we want to go with the 36.6, which is what the district has recommended and has documentation to substantiate that recommendation, do we, it's as you pointed out, it's a debt service millage, so it's the auditor who sets it. Is our only option to try to I don't want to say enforce, but keep the 36.6? Our only option is to take the legal action. Is there any other way to handle it, or no, because the tax bills are about to go out?
I think the only way to know with certainty that you would have 36.6 debt service mills on the tax bills is to have legal action, or the alternative would be to have a discussion with the county auditor and request that he change the number from 36.3 to 36. Y'all may remember that there was a good bit of time spent this summer in communications with the auditor and information sent back and forth. So I couldn't tell you that a discussion would change his mind or that he would accede to a request from the school district, but that's always something that you can do. But I don't think that there's any action that the school board can take tonight or at a meeting that would cause the 36.3 to be changed to 36.6. Y'all don't have the authority to change that millage number through any action of your own.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Strivenger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we postpone this discussion until we see the results of the forensic audit. I think that's a key piece that the auditor based his calculations on. So I think it would be embarrassing if we said we wanted 36.6 and then an audit came back and said that he was right. I don't think he's going to be, but I just think we should see that audit first. And my understanding is that that audit will be presented to us at our next meeting. So I move that we postpone this discussion until after the audit results are given to us.
Okay, Mr. Strivenger made the motion and Mr. Earl Campbell seconded the motion to postpone. My concern is the top, yes, the DAG company, the forensic auditor, is planning to do the presentation to the board on the November 10th meeting. But that's what, like 2 3 weeks from now, and obviously time is of the essence. Franny, I'd like to hear again from you, Ms. Heiser. What are your thoughts regarding that?
I think that by November the 10th, it would be difficult for y'all to effectively seek legal redress of this. I just wanted to make that clear. At the same time, I would think that the 0.3 mil discrepancy is not going to have a hugely material impact on your debt service. And I think your ability to make debt service payments. So to balance one for the other is really y'all's decision. And there's certainly nothing wrong with waiting, as long as we all realize that the 36.3 probably would stay on the tax bills. And it's something that could certainly potentially be rectified next year when the tax bills go out.
Thank you. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Dr. Bond. So Ms. Heiser, basically, either one of these motions, they have no teeth, right? They're just pretty much a show of we are affirming what we believe to be true and correct millage.
Correct.
Mr. Dowling?
You're muted, John.
I'm sorry. The difficulty is that, like it or not, the law allows the county auditor to set the millage rate. Whether we like it or not, whether we think it's right or wrong, that's his or her legal duty. And I think Franny has been very clear that, one, it's not going to wreck us. Number two, 600,000 is a lot of money, but challenging in court will cost a lot of money also. So since Franny says, and I tend to, it sounds reasonable to me, that we can adjust it or address it next year, I think we're taking on a fight that will not serve us well if we go for 36.6 when we don't have the legal authority to do that.
Colonel Guyer?
Madam Chair, thank you. I have to agree with Mr. Dowling. Much as I would like to tilt at the windmill that is a county auditor, I don't feel it is worth it. I am concerned though, because I believe that tax revenue as a result of the COVID is going to be down. So I think I would be very surprised if even at 36.3, we generate sufficient funds to pay what we're going to need to pay. However, as Ms. Heiser said, we can adjust to that next year. I also agree with Mr. Strivinger that we should wait and get the results of the audit. And then I think we should make a public statement about, to the press about this issue, about how millage is set up, and how we did our work. We were not given a response from the auditor, and just say, you know, this can't continue to happen. And that would be the only action that I think would be reasonable. And we cannot go into a legal thing. It's going to be too late, and it is not enough payoff to make it worthwhile. So I agree that we should postpone, and that we should not consider any type of legal action at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Robin, do you have the motion up there? Yeah.
Joanne's hand is up.
Ms. Orshak?
Yes, Franny, you mentioned county council's current action that they're pursuing. Who's representing them? in that? Do you know? Is it their in-house counsel or someone else?
I think they have an outside law firm, but I don't remember the name of it.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a postponement, David, not to a specific date.
It is to postpone until
Okay,
we get the results of the forensic audit.
okay. Which as I mentioned, is my understanding from the audit firm is it's going to be November 10th. Because they're finishing the testing, I think, right about now. All right, any further discussion? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
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 The motion carries 9-0-1. The one abstention is Mr. William Smith. All right, next on the agenda is the discussion of changing the date of the November work session. I was approached by multiple board members who expressed interest in changing the date. The reason is, right now, our next board meeting, business meeting, is November 10th. And then we have the work session on November 20 and 21, which is Friday and Saturday. And that is the weekend right before Thanksgiving, which is the 26th. So, you know, some people have travel plans. So it seems that the best option would be the weekend before, which would be Friday, Saturday, November 13, 14. So if you have interest in that, somebody make a motion. Mr. Dowling?
How many members approached you?
At least 2.
Oh, okay. So we'd still have a quorum if we did. I'd like to quote Earl Campbell when he was chair, said that we vote on the schedule, we make it, and if you can't make it, you miss the meeting. And I would ask the chair if I or a couple of other people said they couldn't make the work session, would you still be as acquiescing to our request?
I will respond to that by saying it was an agenda request. Ms. Rogon?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we reschedule the November work session to November 13th and 14th.
13th and 14th.
That's Friday, Saturday, okay.
Okay.
Ms. Orshak?
You're
You're
muted.
muted.
Is somebody
Yeah,
second?
So if two board members are unable to make the new suggested date, will we look for a third date? Since we are accommodating less than a quorum, to reschedule a meeting that's been on the books for some time and voted on by the board. Will we also provide those considerations? I'm flexible, but it may be that other board members may not be available, and I hope that we would, of course, consider their availability.
So make a motion after this motion.
Right.
So what is the motion? I don't see it just yet.
Do you want to repeat it, Ms. Rogon?
The motion was to change the dates of the November work session to November 13th and 14th. It's up now.
Smith?
Thank you.
Since we're being so transparent, my question would be, who are the two board members?
I was one. I also asked to change it for family reasons.
Well, I guess we know we probably got the votes.
Vote it down.
Go however you want to. Okay.
It happens.
Yeah. All right, voting is open.
Just argue about the least little things. I mean, I don't know.
Yes.
Was that a discussion point, Mel?
Yes, we argue about nothing. Voting.
I think we're
structure.
I think we're voting. I think discussion is closed.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Dowling votes no.
Mel Campbell votes yes.
Mr. Earl Campbell,
Yes.
The motion is approved 8-2. The two noes are Dowling and Smith. All right, the next item, or somebody want to make another motion about some other, to change the date another time?
It's already approved. How you gonna change it another time?
Another motion. That's what Ms. Orshak was asking. So,
If those dates don't work for
Yeah,
who
somebody
they
else?
voted no, they can propose another date.
yeah, okay. Doesn't seem like that's an issue. Ms. Orshak?
I would just make a suggestion. There seems to be some perception that there's uneven handling of some board members' requests as opposed to others. And I think that's at the heart of it. And I think, Mel, your comment is well taken, but there's a sensitivity there. And it shoots right to the leadership. So, Madam Chair, please, I would just implore you as you go forward and you receive requests to weigh them all evenly, if you would. That's all.
Now we're on to the, Mr. Smith, your hand did not go back down. Is it back up?
I was just going to agree with Mrs. Orshak and say I do believe in equity as well. That's all.
All right, we're now down to the use of the 8% funds for Whale Branch Elementary and Middle School remediation work related to mold issues. Robert Otting.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank everybody for staying with me to this point, because this is a pretty important item that we need to address. I'll try to be short, but cover it completely. And so if I go too fast, please feel free to stop me. I'm going to start with just kind of a brief history on how we got here. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Kevin Kelly with CBRE Erie to talk about the proposed work. And then Tanya Crosby will talk a little bit about the funding and how it could be funded. So as you may be aware already, we did run into an issue during the demolition of air conditioning units at Well Branch Elementary School and Well Branch Middle School. The conditions were similar. We were demolishing those units. In the wall cavity itself was found a waterborne substance of concern. What occurred over time was there was a buildup of water in the wall cavity, which caused a mold to form. And that was a water-loving mold that grew within the wall. After finding that, we stopped the construction and then did testing of both the room and then the outside room. And what we found was during that testing was that the only release of the substance was when we were demolishing the area and disturbing it, but areas outside were not a concern and there wasn't anything found. So we'd hired an indoor air quality firm, Terracon, that conducted these tests, and we asked their advice. They had stated that there was not a concern with areas outside of the construction. And the way that these buildings are, the air conditioning units are isolated to the individual rooms. So there isn't a fear of that migrating beyond the construction area. So that was then, that information was taken to parents and it was taken to staff and to also some community groups. And we went over those issues and we did provide options as far as whether or not they felt safe staying in the building or moving outside the building to another location that was offered. What came of that was that there was no overwhelming desire to leave the building. There were comments on both sides, but for the most part, the majority felt comfortable remaining in the existing building. So that is what we have done. The cause of the mold was due to the construction of the original building, in that the air conditioning did not have the sleeves that would stop wind-driven rain that gets into the louvers outside the building from getting into the wall cavity. There was also the overflow from the condensate pan was not installed correctly as well. And because of that, over time, there's the buildup of the water in the wall cavity. That condition occurred at both locations. There also was not what's called a weep hole to allow the water to leave the wall cavity. So once we did begin the remediation work, that involved putting negative air pressure on these construction area to bring all the air through filters and then discharge the outside. The area was cleaned. Materials that could be salvaged that were saved were brought out and brought back to the teachers whose materials were in those areas. And that's where we are. And at this point, we need to move forward with completing the remediation of that. And I'll ask Mr. Kevin Kelly with CBRE Erie to explain what needs to occur in these locations.
Appreciate the opportunity to discuss this with you. The reason for this particular footprint up there is just to bring back to your attention what part of the building we have authorization of 8% to work on right now. The blue pod is the area that we've been talking about that has the remediation going on now. And the red pod is also under this particular contract. These are all part of your planned maintenance that is swapping out some of your HVAC systems. That being said, the remediation has been done in the blue pod. The facade repairs, the demolition part of it on the internal side of it has been done. But we still need to address how we're going to make the final repairs to that, because there is some deterioration that happened that's between the louvers and the ethos. If you go to the next slide, please.
Just Robin.
This is a picture of the louver, which is right over the chair. The chair is kind of your marker to give you an idea of where it's at. What Mr. Rodney was talking about was this louver is part of the problem. The condensate doesn't have a way to get out of it. Wind-driven rain has a way to get into it, but it's not the only moisture factor we have involved here. We also have a little site issue, which we'll get to here in just a second. But the next slide is some options that we've came up with, or some renderings on how we can give a little more pop to the facade of the facility, kind of more of a signature on how, when we go into repairing the louvers, since we refer to these as blue pod, red pod, yellow pod. Next slide, please. These are some options on how we could go about signaturizing. Continue on, please. Please drop down one more. What we're asking for on the elementary is to, of course, do the remediation or continue the remediation, repair the facade. We're also asking about going ahead and continuing on and doing the yellow pod HVAC system, which is not part of the contract right now, and also some site drainage and things. I believe you will see that the total figure out there is 1.645 million. The other options that I'm discussing and Mr. Roddy will go a little more in depth on that if you wish. But if you decide you don't want to do the yellow flag, that's a reduction in that total value. But we feel that the best judiciary responsibility is for us to continue to work on the facility and just remove all of it. If we go to the next slide, please.
That's it.
So here we go.
Right. Yeah, if you go down one, Robin, you should have the elementary school and then the middle school.
We have 2 more pages.
No, there it is. That's the middle school. You're on it right there.
Yep. One page ahead of that, is there a floor plan?
No.
There it is. Stop. Oh, you're getting caught between the two. Right there. Yeah. Stop.
This is also just to familiarize you with where we're at with the contract and what part of the contract we're into. Right now, we're in the A wing and E wing. And then there is, of course, the F and D wing, which are the options that we are asking for in that. There is not the same facade issues on the middle school as there are on the elementary school. So there is no rendering to show you what we would be doing on it. But as pretty much spelled out in the next slide, what we're asking for here is to increase the scope to take into consideration the D and F wing are not in our planned maintenance plan right now under the HVAC, but while we're there, we're mitigating out the airborne contaminants, that it would be under your best interest to go ahead and continue on. Also, there is a little bit of slight cost increase for some site drainage. Tongue gets a little tied up at 10 o'clock. But anyways, it's one of the other contributing factors to this moisture issue that we have. And that is that this is a flat surface. Mr. Oddie is a civil engineer, so he can probably explain it a whole lot better than I can, but I do know that, if you have 2 levels and they're both flat, water is going to go to the least resistance, and it just happens to be that the water is going to the ethos. So it's part of our contributing factor. So we would highly recommend that we also take that in consideration.
So what I think I might want to do is stop here before we talk about ways of paying for it and see if you have any questions on what occurred and the remediation work that we're proposing.
Mr. Dowling? Mr. Dowling?
Yes. I just have 2 questions. Robert, are we going to check, is there any way that we can check other buildings that were built by this company around the time frame that they did these 2?
So I have 2 answers to that. We did check other buildings built in this time frame. This was built in 1999. The other buildings built in 2000 are H.E. McCracken and Beaufort High School. Now, these were not built by the same contractor or designed by the same designers. And we did, and Mr. Kelly can go in greater detail, but we did check the details of those buildings to make sure that this condition had been covered. And we did find that it had been covered in the details of those constructions.
Well, that's good to know. My other question is, I have no issue with the money for the remediation, but I'm a little confused about why in 2020 we have to borrow from 2022 8% money. Why can't we use 21 8% money? Isn't it? It seems like an extreme case of robbing Peter to pay Paul.
So that was kind of be our next conversation. We can go ahead and move into that if you want to talk about paying for it.
Well,
Tanya?
Why don't you wait, because there's more questions.
Okay.
Okay, but we'll cover that shortly. Right? Okay. Ms. Orshak?
So I will hold off my questions on how we're going to pay for this, but it was faulty work done on the contractors and the designers part, correct?
Correct.
So do we have other options to remediate this beyond us scrambling, trying to find millions to fix it? Has that been explored?
I didn't quite understand the question. Could you repeat?
Well, let me spell it out for you. We didn't create the problem. Have we looked into the people who have created the problem fixing it?
Yes, ma'am. So the two avenues, we did look into who built these. That was Construction Control Corporation. They are no longer in existence.
Gotcha.
Had passed away some time ago. And then we also looked at the insurance route. And so a risk manager did meet on site with the insurance adjuster. And unfortunately, our policy does have a mold exclusion. However, they are talking about some flood coverage, and we may get a small amount of money on that. The adjuster is submitting that forward, but it's going to be in the $20,000 to $25,000 range.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Robert.
Thank you. Robert, I just wanted to ask about some of these, what you wrote in here on number 1. It said fund drainage for 4 wings to the nearby pond and marsh. And then I think for the elementary school, also draining to the nearby pond and marsh. I'm just a little bit concerned about the runoff going into the pond and marsh. And have we checked with the water people to make sure that it's not contaminating the pond?
So I'll answer that. So the problem is, it's just, for the most part, it's flat, and the building was built at a flat elevation. That's a value engineering thing that's done a lot of times to save money. It really needed to be raised up. It costs money to raise the building up. So the problem is the water is just sitting there. And what we're talking about collecting is, we're talking about a little bit of drainage, and then putting like a French drain system or a pipe, that will absorb water in the area, and connecting our downspouts and our condensate lines. Condensate from air conditioning is a permittable discharge, because it is clean water that you're discharging into marshes, rivers, whatever. And then the other would be stormwater coming off the roof, and that's a permittable discharge as well. So all that we're talking about tying into this is allowed to be discharged into ponds and marshes and anything else. And groundwater, I guess we would take groundwater.
All right, there be no further questions. Do you want to go on to the paying for it?
Yes. Tanya, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, I will. Sorry, my voice is giving way there. I understand from the operations committee discussion that there was talk about 8% funds. Typically, this sort of request is committed in a future year's 8% fund. So in essence, what we would do would be to add these dollars to the project list that is coming up in the spring and fund it. Bonds would be issued in the spring or in the summer, excuse me, for the payment of these projects. So that's typically what we've done in the past. There is some precedent with that. There was a Beaufort High School roof repair for a couple million a couple of years ago, and other repairs that popped up that were relatively serious that needed to be taken care of, and they were sizable amounts. So this is typically the way we manage that. There is an alternative. There is the land purchase money from the sale of Burroughs Avenue, or the land proceeds from the sale of Burroughs Avenue, 1.2 million. That is available. I would recommend holding on to that for potential land purchase or another emergency capital need that may come up. But it is certainly at the board's discretion to use that and supplement with the 8% funding. As far as unused 8% funds that we would roll forward, the projects are not yet complete, and all of the bills due this year on our summer projects have not all flowed in. So we'll need until the spring in order to bring back to the board any of the newly closed projects that we will have. They're not going to be at the size that you saw last spring, which was $13.5 million. That was an accumulation of several years. So it will not be enough to cover this, but we will certainly bring any unused funds to the board at that time. So at this time, my recommendation would be to add it to the next 8% project list, approve that, and we can fund it with the cash of the cash reserves that we have on hand in 8% of projects that have been approved but not yet completed. So we do have cash reserves sufficient to pay this out now, and with the replenishment of that back in the summer of next year when the bonds are issued. So that's my recommendation at this time.
Mr. Strivinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tanya, you're talking about fiscal 2022?
Yes, sir. So those will be, we will issue bonds in, I believe we issued 8% bonds in August this year, late July, early August, for the summer projects that are coming up. So we usually bond for the projects, for those upcoming projects. So yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking because the proposed motion says 2023, and I thought that was wrong. And then also in the proposed motion, there is an amount in parentheses. Is that, what is that amount in parentheses? 1,840,500.
So if I can, there's two options. So if the full amount is $3,375,500. If there is a choice not to do the additional HVAC work, you don't want us to keep going and just do the remediation of the HVAC projects that we'd already started, that amount would be $1,840,500. So it's whether you want to just fix what we started or keep going in the other wings and attack the other HVAC problems that we were not dealing with at this time. Should we keep going? We have a contractor on site. We know the problems at hand. We'd like to just keep going and address them all at one time.
I move that the Board of Education approve the use of fiscal year 2022 8% funds in the amount of $3,375,500 for the purpose of remediation, additional HVAC installation, and drainage improvement at both Whale Branch Elementary School and Whale Branch Middle School.
Can I?
Hold on a second.
Tanya, if I can, I believe it is FY 2023. FY 2022 is summer 21 projects that have already been approved. So what we have not approved, as far as I'm aware, is FY 2023.
Okay. And so we will approve those and bond them in the same year.
Correct.
Which will be approved in the spring, bond in the summer.
The fiscal year is usually ahead of the actual summer we do the work. So the board approved last spring FY 2022, which are summer 21 projects.
I agree with that. My apologies.
So is it 23 or 22?
It would be 23.
Okay. Who seconded the motion?
Earl Campbell.
Okay.
So David, you're fine with the 20 correction to the 23?
Yes, I just want to make sure it was the right fiscal year.
Mr. Dowling?
Dr. Rodriguez, what is the current population percentage versus capacity of Whale Branch Middle School?
So I don't have that off the top of my head.
Is there someone who does present?
I think
Robert, do you have it?
I can give you the capacity in last year's numbers.
So I think that would be, Mr. Dowling, would that be a fair ballpark figure for you?
Well, if that's the best you can do.
So, and please recognize when we look at this, Well Branch Elementary School, we count J.J. Davis and Well Branch Elementary as one school. So its capacity is 724, and it had 458 students. Well Branch Middle School's capacity is 864 and had 361 students.
So what's that percentage amount to? I don't have a calculator handy.
Yeah, I can find it here. Hold on.
What are the numbers again? 63% is the first one.
Got it here. So Whale Branch Elementary was 63%, Well Branch Middle was 42%.
Okay, so the schools are at best half full.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Orshak? You're muted. Ms. Orshak?
I gotcha. Thanks for not moving on to the next person. I'm still reeling from the fact that we don't have mold coverage. I mean, a lot of our schools are in low-lying land. How long has that been the case? Have we never had the mold coverage? I'm shocked at this.
Yeah, according to our risk manager, mold coverage is not something that they'll typically allow for a school district. It's pretty common exclusion from our policy.
Okay, so we've never had that?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
When I brought it for Staten's attention, she said it's pretty common that's always excluded, and she didn't think we'd have much of a chance getting a claim with it, so.
Huh.
But we were able to get some money, or it looks like we're potentially get a little bit out of the flooding of the wall is what they're called.
Interesting. Thank you.
Mr. Guyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robert, is the 3.375 million, is that the total price for taking care of the immediate problem and the other problem?
Yeah, and the entire building.
The entire building.
We'll be done with both buildings.
So is it fair to say that this is a pay me now for that additional or pay me more later?
Exactly. That's why we want to keep going with it.
Okay, that's, I just wanted to make sure. I think that's what this is about. That this is something that we should do because it's not going to go away. It's going to have to be done, and it will cost more later than it will if we do it right now. Right?
That's exactly correct.
Thank you.
Mr. William Smith?
Actually, I have a motion deal, after this motion is over, I have a motion with, regarding to the same, with regard to the same discussion after this motion is over.
Okay.
And also, yeah, I just leave it there.
Okay. So there's no further hands up, so we will have open voting, please.
Dowling, no.
Yes.
Mr. Earl Campbell,
Yes.
Al Campbell, yes.
The motion is approved 8-1. The two noes are Dowling and Orshak, and the abstention is Rachel Wisniewski.
Is she on now?
Robin
Yes.
is-
Yes, ma'am.
yes, she is.
I'm back. I'm sorry, I had some prior obligation and I am back, but I missed most of the conversation, so I felt I needed to abstain.
Okay. So now, Mr. Smith, you have a motion you'd like to make?
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we check all of our schools for mold, all Beaufort County school districts, schools for mold.
We have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
So my question would be, Mr. Smith, what are we talking about? How are you going to check them for mold?
After Mr. Outing just said that we don't have the insurance for that is common, that a lot of schools don't have the insurance. You know, in the operations committee when we discussed this, what we realized, if I heard clearly, that the school district does not really check for mold occasionally, unless there's possibly been a call or someone possibly said that water's leaking somewhere. And you know, I think that this is a situation that's called nominated. Either you pay me now, you pay me later. Either I think that we can take better precaution by checking and having some type of standard of looking for this, because as we been going through this situation, as the situation has occurred in the Well Branch area, I've been told and I've had several phone calls that there are molds in other buildings and in other schools. And if that's the case, then we wouldn't just need to fix this site. We would need to fix all our site, because I'm sure tonight what we gather is that we always want to make sure that our teachers and our students are safe, and we want to make sure that our teachers are safe, and that you know, that they're healthy enough to teach our students, and that our students are healthy as well from being in the school environment. When we welcome them back fully. So what better time now than to check all of our schools and see which schools possibly may have the molds that are occurring in these buildings than now. So at the present time, I mean, like I said tonight, we have established that we put our teachers and our staff first. So what better way to show that than to check the whole school district? And if I'm wrong, then someone can check me. But for my thing, we do not have a system that checks this currently by maintenance or anyone that works for the school district, unless someone calls out. Then from my understanding, Mrs. Jennifer Staten goes out and she does a test, and she sees what she gathers in certain parts of the test, she sends off. Thank you.
That is all correct. Several things to talk about, because it's way more complicated. First off, I'd like to say, anybody that has any concerns about mold, please send them to us. We will test those. So Mr. Smith, if you're aware of anybody that has complaints, please have them sent to us. We have a format for that. It's an indoor air quality form. If they submit that, we will check the area. Because the issue is this, and I mean, Jennifer State,
I don't really think that's the time to discuss me sending them to you. I think this is rather, the point is rather the board. We just said that we take our teachers and students serious, everything they say. So we need to make a decision whether this is something that we look into, or whether we're willing to move forward off what we said tonight. It's no offense to you, Mr. Outing. I think this is something that the board needs to make a decision on.
I think we'll rule in Robert's favor. I think he's addressing the issue that's on the motion that's on the table. Proceed.
So
Point of order.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Was Mr. Outing recognized?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Outing, continue.
So one of the factors, and if you're from the Low Country, you're very much aware that there is mold in the air everywhere we go. And if I go out and in some fashion, we're going to find mold in every school. It is there. It is in the outside. It is in the inside. What we look for is that there's a decreased amount inside the building compared to outside. And the other thing we look at is when it irritates somebody, or if the levels are high enough to cause an irritation. So there has to be some protocol, because if you just say go test every building, we'll go test every building and we're gonna find something. You do have to, so what we do is test it to the outside. And we look for that condition where the level is less. And in most all cases, you're gonna find that the indoor air quality is much better than the outdoor. When that doesn't occur is when we have a concern. The other time is when there's an irritant to any individual. People's tolerance to mold is all different levels. And so some people can be outside and have no issue, and some people could go out in the same area and have an extreme reaction. That's when we're concerned. So it does get more complicated than just saying go out and test everything. Because number one, I can tell you we're going to find mold everywhere because it's everywhere. It's around us in this room right now. That's just the case. That's where we live, and that's a common occurrence. But I can also tell you in this room it's way lower than it is outside. And from what I'm seeing, unless anybody has an irritant, it's not bothering anybody the levels we are here. So that's where you get in. Does that make sense? So that's where just going out and blanket testing is not recommended. What Jennifer Staten did talk about is the EPA has guidance on how to test for mold in schools, and we'd recommend following that guidance and the protocols of that to do in our schools, which is basically what we do. But there may be some other tweaks, and we talked about looking at that guidance and making sure that we are implementing that in all our school buildings. Any questions on that? So, I mean, I would be all for if you said the motion was to implement the guidance of the EPA's guidance of I think it's called indoor air quality in schools. That's who we should be following in my mind. Just blanket testing schools is not a recommended practice.
Point of order, I don't think it's, Madam Chair, I don't think he should be driving the motion or saying what you know, unless he's asked what's recommended. I think that's a bit much with him. That's different between him explaining his plight versus driving the motion where he wants it to go.
Mr. Mel Campbell, proceed.
Yeah, I'm concerned about.
Point of order. Madam Chair, last time I checked, I called point of order because I said that I didn't think it was his job to driving this vote to where he needed to be. And what is your understanding of that? I mean, I didn't hear a ruling. I just heard you call Mr. Campbell. Are you ignoring me, or I mean, what are you? What should I take away from what you just did?
I don't think you listened to what I said. I had already called on Mr. Campbell.
Before that, I said point of order, and I stated, I gave you a situation, and I stated why I called point of order. It didn't matter who you called, or if you called on me, I called point of order, and I said, I gave you a situation, and I told you that I think that something was happening that was out of the ordinary, that shouldn't be happening. And I didn't hear you rule, but when you think I'm out of order or I'm talking, then you will say, Ms. Smith, you're out of order, you rule. I didn't hear you rule or correct the behavior that just took place. All night we've been talking about correct behavior. I didn't hear you correct the behavior that took place.
I still don't think you heard me, Mr. Smith.
I heard you. I heard you clear, loud and clear. You went ahead. You sound like you ignored what I said, and you said, "Mr. Campbell, go ahead." That's what I heard.
Okay, would you please listen to it? Mr. Otting had finished. I had already called on Mr. Campbell, and then you said point of order about Mr. Otting. We weren't on that anymore, so that's why I didn't recognize it. I had already given the floor to Mr. Campbell. That is my. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
I don't want to say.
We can't hear you. What is it? Oh. Mel, we can't hear you.
You're muted.
myself because I said I don't want to, I no longer want to entertain this discussion. And what I had to say, I don't want to say it again. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we heard that. So, Mr. Smith, your hand is back up?
Yes, my hand is up.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that if moles are in the school, we should know where mold is at this time. And if there's any mold in any schools, if there's a certain amount of mold or there's any mold period, I think that we owe the constituents enough to know where there's mold at in this district. Because once again, we've stated this afternoon that we want to make sure that the safety of our staff members and our students are guided in the right direction, and that we are making the best decision when it comes to them. So I think a preventative measure, putting it in place would be more important than to do nothing. And I think if we did not support this motion, then I think that we will be sending the wrong message to the community that, yeah, we know there's mold in the building, but unless somebody brings it to someone's attention, then we're not concerned with it. You know, there's mold everywhere, but there's no mold in the home I live in, and I mean that I know of that I see. So I mean that to say that I think that's a bit much to be saying that there's mold everywhere. I think that's unhealthy, and that's possibly toxic. So I don't know how other board members see that coming forward, but to me, I see that to be very troublesome. And you know, moving off what the board has said today, then I think that we should take action on this. No, I have nothing further.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I can't support the motion as written, but I would like to make a suggestion, a suggested change, which is that the Beaufort County School District obtain quotes for how much it would cost to have all facilities checked for mold.
So you're doing an amendment?
An amendment, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So go ahead, state it again. You're adding after Beaufort County Schools.
Motion that the district obtain a quote to have Beaufort County Schools checked for mold. I think it's imperative that we find out what the cost would be to have the actual facilities checked for mold, and what the parameters of that would look like, what the scope would look like. You know, Robert brings up a very good point about EPA guidelines. I know what I don't know, and I don't know, you know, levels of mold and types of mold and things like that. So I think that we need to consult an expert and obtain a quote.
I'll second for discussion.
Did you hear that, Robin?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Dorshak?
So, Robert, getting back to how we pay, should we uncover that other buildings have mold? Should the board go forward with seeking what this would cost to investigate? I'm doing some research online, and I'm looking up last year House Bill 3127, which is in South Carolina legislature. A committee is formed to look into regulating and remediating mold in public buildings throughout South Carolina. Do you know anything about this? Had it progressed? Was there any funding attached to it? Do you know anything?
I'd say I'm not familiar with that House bill.
Okay, it's 3127. The committee would be called the Mold and Abatement and Remediation Study Committee. So it sounded like it was moving forward, but I don't know. Perhaps that's a question for our lobbyist, just to understand where that is, and if we might, you know, should we uncover a few things going forward, if there's some other assistance we can have.
So, Mr. Smith, your hand. Mr. Smith?
Yes, actually, I would like to respond to Dr. Wisniewski, her motion. In response to her motion, I believe that we have someone on staff that checks it So I don't believe it would cost the district anything unless we were going outside and getting someone outside to come in and check it. But from what we were told in the meeting, and maybe Mr. Scrivener or Mr. Otting or Mr. Mr. Dowling can correct me, but I believe that we have someone on staff who can actually check and see if we have moles in our building. So I don't believe that it would cost the district anything. Maybe at this time, or maybe I didn't understand it clearly. But from my understanding, I don't think it would cost the district anything. That's why I made that motion. And secondly, you know, we have fire alarms checked. We have smoke detectors checked. We have waste checked. Why would we not get air quality check in our buildings? I mean, those are simple things that happen all across this district. And for board members to say we're questioning the price of it, you know, this goes right along with the bond referendum, safety, and you know, you're talking about people's safety of kids and administration and teachers. You're talking about their safety. This is a safety hazard. You know, and when we talk about mold, this is near and dear to me. You know, my mom taught in Beaufort County School District, and also she had underlying issues. She had what you call asthma, and when she would be at work, the breathing the mold in one of the buildings that she was working in, it didn't just affect her; it affect all of our lives. So when it comes down to checking the buildings out, I think is costly. So I just want to remind our board members of that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dowling?
It's my understanding from the operations committee that if someone files a work order, then our risk manager, who I believe is not an engineer, visits the building and tests the air quality. That to me is not the same as checking fire alarms and everything. It's kind of, well, if it's a complaint, we'll do something about it. I think what Mr. Smith is asking for is just that routine air quality checks be added to the shopping list of testing that we do. I think that's a very reasonable considering especially the cost of fixing it once it develops. But I don't think we should leave it up to the individual employees in the building to be on the alert for any potential mold problems. And then we can say, well, we didn't get a complaint, so we didn't look at it. I don't think that's a good way to conduct safety and health. So I support Will's motion. I think that we can have it added to the routine by existing staff.
Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Dr. Blunt. Mr. Otting, how many square footage in the entirety of the schools in our district?
About 4.3 million.
4.3 million square feet.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Melvin Campbell?
Yes, I think we have two different understanding of what's being asked and what is being understood that's being asked. I think we covered this the last time when Robert did his presentation that, you know, looking for mold would require digging into the impervious surfaces, whereas doing an air quality check doesn't require anything but a routine. Someone comes in with, according to EPA guidance, and that's relatively inexpensive as compared to looking for mold, which you probably would find. And, you know, I am concerned with some of the lower level schools having a mold presence. So I would agree with Will's suggestion, or John's suggestion, which I don't think was the same as Will's, but John's suggestion that we do periodical checks for mold, because Rachel hit the nail on the head when we find out what it's going to cost. for each one of those schools to be checked for mold, it's going to be an enormous amount of money. Because we're going to have to dig into the foundations of each of those schools and test certain elements in each part of its schools. So that's just my comment, and Robert can chip in if he wants to, but we talked about this last time when I asked about that question.
Ms. Orchak? You're muted. Ms. Orchak? What's the issue?
Excuse me.
Here it is. Sorry, I was trying to get unmuted. So can we see the motion? I can't see the motion.
The amendment is to say that Beaufort County School District obtains quotes for checking all of the schools for mold.
Okay. Well, I think that Rachel is not trying to negate the option to check all of our schools to mold. She's just trying to assess the cost first before the board would proceed. And I think it's a prudent step. I don't think it negates Will's or John's suggestions to check the schools. So I'm going to support the amendment.
Because I haven't talked on this topic. So Robert, your suggestion was to follow the what guidelines?
EPA guidelines for indoor air quality.
Okay. Maybe say it louder.
EPA guidelines for indoor air quality?
Yeah, which is not the same as the motion that's here. So I'm not going to support this. I would support that. I just think this is from Robert's explanation, and I heard it at the operations committee too. This doesn't seem, to me, it doesn't seem like it's not talking about the same thing at all. Okay, Mr. Dowling.
I think it's very important to get a handle on this, especially if the district is going to continue to operate schools that are at 40 or 50% capacity. Eventually you get into a situation where you're putting good money after bad. So let's find out what the scale of the problem is district-wide instead of waiting till something goes wrong, and then determine whether or not these buildings are worth keeping open.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Smith if his original motion was to conduct the air quality tests based on what Robert was discussing, that wouldn't cost anything, or if it was to obtain further tests like the ones that Mr. Campbell was referring to.
Actually, it was to do the one that would not cost the district, but in the essence, sitting here processing this conversation as we're going on, I really think that we should possibly start out with the one that I was talking about, but also do what you're talking about. So I will support your motion, because your motion will be a more intense check for molds upon schools that may be questionable after the check that I insinuated on, that I made mention to earlier. So I will also be supporting your motion.
Understood.
I will support your motion.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Robert, can you confirm something for me? So in the indoor air quality check that Ms. Staton does, there's no cost for her to do that, but don't they send does any of that go out to labs, that there is a cost associated?
I was going to say, we have to purchase, there is a cost even with that.
Right.
We have to purchase the filters, we have to send it off to labs.
I think to Mr. Smith's point, it's not, it wouldn't be the same cost as a much larger thing, but I just want to clarify as you're thinking about it, that even that does have a cost, even if it's a small cost.
Yeah, and if I can make two small points, if we did the entire school district, Ms. Staten is in charge of FOIA, indoor air quality, a lot of other stuff. She would not have the time or the ability to do the entire district. We would hire an outside firm to come in and do that. So I do agree with the idea of getting quotes so we can figure out what that cost would be. Quite frankly, I'm going to ask him, how do you even do this? It's not something typically done, so I got to figure out. The other thing I just like to state is that please recognize that if we did indoor air qualities in Well Branch L and Well Branch Middle, we would not have found the mold without doing destruction. And we're not talking about doing destructive tests is not what you want to do.
All right. Mr. Smith?
I've heard what Mr. Allen just said. At the end of the day, it needs to be done. Reverend Mrs. Staten can do it. We have a whole maintenance department. To be honest with you, that's not a part of the board's function. The board function on this motion is to get this as to either passes or not to passes. Wherever we see the seriousness into this, and wherever we are the same way we went to the people with the voters with a referendum telling that we had safety concerns. This is a healthy concern. This is just as serious as safety. When you're talking about babies' lives, you're talking about human being lives. So that is the same. We have to let's match the same energy we match with other things with this right here. So that's all I'm at. Whether who got time to do this or not with the district, be honest with you, that does really not have anything to do with this motion.
All right, voting is open.
Dowling, yes.
Mel Campbell, yes. This is the amendment, right?
Yes. Obtaining slopes.
Mr. Earl Campbell,
Yes.
Miss Kathy Robank.
It just came up. Yes.
Okay, got it.
The motion carries 8-1. No was Watts and Geyer, and abstention was Tricia Fidrich. Okay. So since that motion carried with the amendment, there's the original motion has been cleared with the amendment. Okay. Do you have any further business, Robert, regarding this mold issue? Okay. So we're down to future agenda topics. Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have one. I think that we had an icon to pass away on the I believe it was the 15th, October 15th, Mrs. Frida Mitchell, and I think that we would be remiss as a board if we didn't give her family a declaration of something from this board. She has done a lot for the community. Not only was that, she was the first African-American board member in this community, and she's done a whole lot. She's fought for a lot of people's rights. Me today, I'm possibly able to serve on this board because of her work and to help out my community. So I think that it would be great for the board to discuss to discuss that at the next board meeting.
Okay, thank you. Melvin Campbell?
Yeah, I'd like to ask the administrator to do a presentation to the board on the support services that we are engaged with that are not under the board's purview, but as support, such as the Boys and Girls Club and NOC and self, Head Start and others. I would like to know exactly how we're engaging those outside entities and to what degree.
You're getting, both of your hands are still up. Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
do you have more to say?
No, that's all I have to say in terms. Oh, I'm gonna take my hands down.
Okay, thank you. All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
Okay, Mr. O'Brien, a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Give it to Mr. Smith. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.